He will tell us he's also an engineer. Then they will tell us, oh, he's been put in the committee to negotiate with ODM over coalition agreement.
Let's get back to.
So I'm telling finances. You that the excuses will not run out. The excuse today is that there is an NGC of a political party, and I'm telling you, political parties are in that season where there are meetings after meetings after meetings. Next, he will be hosting a delegates convention in his place. So let the IG come here. Let him be the one to take responsibility, because we don't have powers ourselves to arrest this governor and bring him here. That will be my view, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. Senator Osotsi.
Thank you very much. I'm a friend of the committee. But honorable members, you know that I came up with a bill on this matter. And Senate passed the bill. And now the bill has been lying in the National Assembly. And this is a major challenge because, you know, our National Assembly has become an appendage of the state. Anything that is supposed to make Parliament stronger and independent is being curtailed in the National Assembly. Because this is a law that should have been passed even without waiting even for one day. But we have been undermined because the law is not moving. So that was meant to deal with the situations like this, where we find ourselves helpless. We needed to have our own police who can go and arrest rogue governors like Governor of Samburu and others. But even having said that, Chair, I think it's the worst excuse for Inspector General of Police to say he cannot find a governor. A person of the level of governor is a person who can easily be found. If they can get time to go and attack people in churches, with the crude weapon, with the guns, then they can easily get someone of the level of a governor. So I think we should start by dealing with the Inspector General of Police. The excuse he has given is not admissible, is not acceptable, and I think I would recommend the chair that you deal with this governor. Secondly, the excuse that governors are giving of attending a meeting at State House cannot be tolerated. Mr. Chair, you know that we are here because of the constitutional deadline of 31st March. And the members have come from their recess to come and work. But governors cannot use flames excuses like going to a meeting in State House, really, at this time when we are 1.5 years to the election. That is unacceptable, and in my committee today, we have demanded that all governors who are to appear today appears, and they have appeared, except one, whom we are going to send summons to appear. Because constitutional timelines cannot be less important than someone going to a political party meeting in State House. Mr. Chair, I think on that note, if you were to punish this governor, you need to punish him 3 times.
I hope you're not suggesting the police use the methods they used in church the other day.
I'm saying if they could use that, why not get the governor in?
No, we cannot validate that action. They must arrest him lawfully and in accordance with the
Chair, is it that you, is a position that you and the Senator of Vihiga, you're saying that you know that the police attacked somebody in a church? Is that what you are saying?
No, I think that should be expunged from the record. He gave an example, and I'm guiding him that those examples should not be applied in this particular case. Senator Dulo, any comment on this? Before the senator from
I don't have nice words for
Samburu.
This kind of governance, so I don't know.
Senator Lelegwe, please give us guidance.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for coming late. I was from State House attending that NGC meeting.
You see the guy there?
I was able to be here. The governor is present at State House in that meeting, and Chair, we've convened as a committee to discuss this issue, and the clerk has just read several letters of this governor giving excuses why he's not able to attend our committee meetings. Mr. Chair, let me just inform you that this governor is not ready and does not respect Parliament. He's not ready to appear before this committee. And now he has the support of the IG not to attend. So we may face difficulties as a committee because the IG is not willing to arrest that governor to come and attend or to respond, knowing that we have pending issues of the last audit report we have never finalized because this governor has been skipping meetings and he has not been attending meetings, giving reasons that we cannot agree as a committee. I don't know how the committee will again address this issue today, but I think we should summon the IG, and I don't know whether our standing orders will allow us again to impose a further penalty on this governor, because I think he believes that when he paid the 500,000 fine that we find as a committee, that was enough for him not to attend. So maybe he's willing to pay again another 500 and he will never appear for this committee. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, perhaps an inquiry directed to the Senator for some. You know, previously I've seen this IT in political meetings. Is it possible that they are together with the government at State House? I have seen him in political rallies of UDA.
Chair, I have not seen the IG at State House, but I have seen the governor. He's seated there next to Susan Kick. So I can identify. Yeah.
Obviously, the officers of the IG are around there. And I think if they're listening, they should just arrest the governor and bring him here, because that's the only way of purging the contempt and solving the problem that is before us. But so I think we just need to be clear that all those love letters that the governor has been writing are null and void. They cannot cure, they cannot purge the contempt that he has shown the Senate. We are not here for malice or witch hunt. We are here because the Constitution requires us to be here. It is January. All other committees and members of the Senate and members of Parliament are still on recess. We are here because the Constitution requires us to deal with these matters within a period of 3 months. So let it not go out there that we are witch hunting or we are being too aggressive on particular governors. Whatever we are going to resolve will apply to all governors, whether they go for their NGCs at State House, or they go for them in Nyeri, or they go for them in Vihiga. It will cut across, because there will be no fear, there will be no favor when it comes to complying with the provisions of the Constitution. Parliament has the power under Article 125 to call for evidence and to compel the appearance of any person and to examine them under oath, and the various provisions that are there in Article 125 in the Parliamentary Powers and the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act. Parliament has got a legitimate duty to seek the support of the Inspector General of Police if witnesses refuse to appear. In fact, this is one of the few circumstances where Parliament can direct the Inspector General of Police. It is not the first time we are doing this. It is not the first time that Parliament or Senate is asking for the IG to find a governor and bring them before the committee, or to find a witness and bring them before the committee. And so whatever we are discussing here, really, there's a precedent that has already been set. The governor paid the fine of 500,000, but that did not fully purge the contempt. I think the contempt now lies in the hands and on the head of the Inspector General of Police. When we asked him to find, arrest, and present the governor, he told us that he needed time to locate the governor. We gave him time from the 4th of December. We asked him to arrest him on the 4th of December, thereabouts. And so when he wrote Is it 4th of December?
Yes, Chair, it was on the 4th of December for the governor to be produced on the 9th of December.
Yeah, so
He did not produce the governor. He wrote to us on the 18th of December asking for more time.
So we have been quite fair to the Inspector General of Police. He claimed that he could not track and he could not find the governor. And we were reasonable and told him, fine, spend a little bit more time, but make sure that the governor appears before this committee on the 26th of January. I think we've been very fair, we've been very procedural, and if the IG has not responded to that letter and has not responded by producing the governor, we must direct that the IG appears before this committee at the shortest time possible. And I think that would be within 7 days to explain to this committee why he is not willing to implement the resolutions of Parliament. We must start with the IG because he's the one who's now showing us contempt. And I think in the last Parliament we had a situation like this. We invited the IG, he didn't come. We summoned him, he didn't come. We eventually imposed a fine on the IG. And the Inspector General of Police has previously paid a fine to Parliament for non-compliance with directives of Parliament. We cannot encourage a situation where the police believe that they operate under a different constitutional order. We have seen cases of contempt of court orders. We will leave that to the judiciary to deal with. But we shall not tolerate contempt of directives of Parliament. The IG's vetting is done by both houses of Parliament. And I was present when the initial stages where the IG's vetting was being done by the National Assembly. And I must give it to the then Senate because we stood firm and said that the vetting of the Inspector General of Police is a function of Parliament as an institution. And as a result, we found ourselves doing a joint committee when it comes to vetting of the IG. So the IG must also know that he's got certain responsibilities and accountability to the house that vetted him. And so he must come here and he must explain to us why he's not able to facilitate the work of Parliament. I think administratively, today being a Monday, 7 days from today, perhaps that could be Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. We'll just look at our schedule, but that must be the person we demand appears here. It is only thereafter, that we will now listen to the stories and excuses that will come from the governor once he has been brought here by the Inspector General of Police. Unless there is any other comment, I think we'll, in terms of enforcement, legal, we shall have our conversations internally so that we find the smartest and the neatest way of executing what we have just declared.
Chair, sorry to come up.
Senator Dula.
Maybe auditors, can they tell us whether he has been cooperating on submitting what you asked him to submit for the audit purpose?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. We did an audit of the financial statements of the Samburu County Executive, CRF and ROR. The report for 2024-2025 was submitted to the client, signed, and has also been tabled in Parliament. For the 23-24 report, the management has not responded to us. It has not given us any update on the recommendations for the 23-24. The same case for 24-25, they have not submitted to us any responses on the same. Thank you, Chair.
Fine. So those are things that we shall discuss when the IG brings the governor before this committee. That is the condition precedent, that the governor must be presented before this committee.
But Chair, there was a conversation we had, and I believe it was had with the National Treasury, that we need to invoke the material and persistent breach clauses of the Constitution to stop some of these counties from receiving public funds. If indeed that power is with Parliament, you need to demonstrate, even with the pitfalls of delayed exchequer releases that might mean that the governor does not feel the pinch. I think we need to do something about some of these counties. You had resolved that we do top 10 list of shame of counties with persistent material breach. The auditor has omitted to tell us what his own audit finding was like. Was it an adverse opinion? What sort of opinion was it in the first place? But a governor such as the one in Samburu, who finds other engagements more important. I thought we were told when we joined Parliament that parliamentary business should be given priority even to cabinet sessions. This is not even a cabinet meeting. It is a meeting of an organ of a party that you can just give apologies for and say, I'm expected before Parliament. I don't think any political party of repute would take it badly if you said you have parliamentary business to attend to. So Samburu must be on that list that we need this governor to understand that if we cannot talk about the money that we as Senate fight to go to Samburu, if we cannot talk to the Senate about how he has utilized that money, we have no business sending money to Samburu.
Yeah, so I think in terms of even application of this resolution, we have been extremely reasonable. We have found situations where a governor writes to us and says, I was prepared to come for a meeting with the Senate, but the national government is in my county on that date and time. We have been reasonable, and we have considered those kind of requests, because we also encourage intergovernmental cooperation and collaboration. You know, we can't insist that the governor of Nyamira be sitting here and the president is in Nyamira doing something with the community health workers. So we are reasonable for those kind of situations. But it cannot be that the governor has chosen to pay a visit to the president in Nairobi and chooses not to appear before this committee. So we shall insist. There's a little room for consideration, but this is not a situation that requires any consideration. Let the IG come here and tell us why he's not doing what we have asked him to do. That brings us to a close on the matter of Samburu. Unless there is any other business, those are the directives. The legal team will find a way of crafting this, because sometimes governors run to court, but this is a clear matter. This is a clear matter of contempt on the part of the IG that I do not fear. Even if someone went to court, I don't fear that we'll get orders adverse to the Senate. We therefore adjourn for the meeting with Samburu and immediately reconvene for the meeting with Vihiga County Executive.
on this matter. And Senate passed the bill, and now the bill has been lying in the National Assembly. And this is a major challenge because, you know, our National Assembly has become an appendage of the state. Anything that is supposed to make Parliament stronger and independent is being curtailed in the National Assembly. Because this is a law that should have been passed even without waiting even for one day. But we have been undermined because the law is not moving. So that was meant to deal with the situations like this, where we find ourselves helpless. We needed to have our own police who can go and arrest rogue governors like Governor of Samburu and others. But even having said that, Chair, I think it's the worst excuse for Inspector General of Police to say he cannot find a governor. A person of the level of governor is a person who can easily be found. If they can get time to go and attack people in churches, with the crude weapon, with the guns, then they can easily get someone of the level of a governor. So I think we should start by dealing with the Inspector General of Police. The excuse he has given is not admissible, is not acceptable, and I think I would recommend the chair that you deal with this governor. Secondly, the excuse that governors are giving of attending a meeting at State House cannot be tolerated. Mr. Chair, you know that we are here because of the constitutional deadline of 31st March. And members have come from their recess to come and work. But governors cannot use flames excuses like going to a meeting in State House, really, at this time when we are 1.5 years to the election. That is unacceptable, and in my committee today, we have demanded that all governors who are to appear today appears, and they have appeared, except one, whom we are going to send summons to appear. Because constitutional timelines cannot be less important than someone going to a political party meeting in State House. Mr. Chair, I think on that note, if you were to punish this governor, you need to punish him 3 times.
I hope you're not suggesting the police use the methods they used in church the other day.
I'm saying if they could use that, why not get the governor in?
No, we cannot validate that action. They must arrest him lawfully and in accordance with the
Chair, is it that you, is a position that you and the Senator Vihiga, you're saying that you know that the police attacked somebody in a church? Is that what you are saying?
No, I think that should be expunged from the record. He gave an example, and I'm guiding him that those examples should not be applied in this particular case. Senator Dulo, any comment on this? Before the senator from
I don't have nice words for
Samburu.
this kind of governor, so I don't know.
Senator Lelegba, please give us guidance.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for coming late. I was from State House attending that NGC meeting.
You see the guy there?
I was able to be here. The governor is present at State House in that meeting, and Chair, we've convened as a committee to discuss this issue, and the clerk has just read several letters of this governor giving excuses why he's not able to attend our committee meetings. Mr. Chair, let me just inform you that this governor is not ready and does not respect Parliament. He's not ready to appear before this committee. And now he has the support of the IG not to attend. So we may face difficulties as a committee because the IG is not willing to arrest that governor to come and attend or to respond, knowing that we have pending issues of the last audit report we have never finalized because this governor has been skipping meetings and he has not been attending meetings, giving reasons that we cannot agree as a committee. I don't know how the committee will again address this issue today, but I think we should summon the IG, and I don't know whether our standing orders will allow us again to impose a further penalty on this governor, because I think he believes that when he paid the 500,000 fine that we find as a committee, that was enough for him not to attend. So maybe he's willing to pay again another 500 and he will never appear for this committee. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, perhaps an inquiry directed to the Senator for some. You know, previously I've seen this IT in political meetings. Is it possible that they are together with the government and State House? I have seen him in political rallies of UDM.
Chair, I have not seen the IG at State House, but I have seen the governor. He's seated there next to Susan Kik. So I can identify. Yeah.
Obviously, the officers of the IG are around there. And I think if they're listening, they should just arrest the governor and bring him here, because that's the only way of purging the contempt and solving the problem that is before us. But so I think we just need to be clear that all those love letters that the governor has been writing are null and void. They cannot cure, they cannot purge the contempt that he has shown the Senate. We are not here for malice or witch hunt. We are here because the Constitution requires us to be here. It is January. All other committees and members of the Senate and members of Parliament are still on recess. We are here because the Constitution requires us to deal with these matters within a period of 3 months. So let it not go out there that we are witch hunting or we are being too aggressive on particular governors. Whatever we are going to resolve will apply to all governors, whether they go for their NGCs at State House, or they go for them in Nyeri, or they go for them in Vihiga. It will cut across, because there will be no fear, there will be no favor when it comes to complying with the provisions of the Constitution. Parliament has the power under Article 125 to call for evidence and to compel the appearance of any person and to examine them under oath and the various provisions that are there in Article 125 in the Parliamentary Powers and the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act. Parliament has got a legitimate duty to seek the support of the Inspector General of Police if witnesses refuse to appear. In fact, this is one of the few circumstances where Parliament can direct the Inspector General of Police. It is not the first time we are doing this. It is not the first time that Parliament or Senate is asking for the IG to find a governor and bring them before the committee, or to find a witness and bring them before the committee. And so whatever we are discussing here, really, there's a precedent that has already been set. The governor paid the fine of 500,000, but that did not fully purge the contempt. I think the contempt now lies in the hands and on the head of the Inspector General of Police. When we asked him to find arrest and present the governor, he told us that he needed time to locate the governor. We gave him time from the 4th of December. We asked him to arrest him on the 4th of December, thereabouts. And so when he wrote, is it 4th of December?
Yes, Chair, it was on the 4th of December for the governor to be produced on the 9th of December.
Yeah, so
he did not produce the governor. He wrote to us on the 18th of December asking for more time.
So we have been quite fair to the Inspector General of Police. He claimed that he could not track and he could not find the governor. And we were reasonable and told him, fine, spend a little bit more time, but make sure that the governor appears before this committee on the 26th of January. I think we've been very fair, we've been very procedural, and if the IG has not responded to that letter and has not responded by producing the governor, we must direct that the IG appears before this committee at the shortest time possible. And I think that would be within 7 days to explain to this committee why he is not willing to implement the resolutions of Parliament. We must start with the IG, because he's the one who's now showing us contempt. And I think in the last Parliament, we had a situation like this. We invited the IG, he didn't come. We summoned him, he didn't come. We eventually imposed a fine on the IG. And the Inspector General of Police has previously paid a fine to Parliament for non-compliance with directives of Parliament. We cannot encourage a situation where the police believe that they operate under a different constitutional order. We have seen cases of contempt of court orders. We will leave that to the judiciary to deal with. But we shall not tolerate contempt of directives of Parliament. The IG's vetting is done by both houses of Parliament. And I was present when the initial stages where the IG's vetting was being done by the National Assembly. And I must give it to the then Senate, because we stood firm and said that the vetting of the Inspector General of Police is a function of Parliament as an institution. And as a result, we found ourselves doing a joint committee when it comes to vetting of the IG. So the IG must also know that he's got certain responsibilities and accountability to the house that vetted him. And so he must come here and he must explain to us why he's not able to facilitate the work of Parliament. I think administratively, today being a Monday, 7 days from today, perhaps that could be Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. We'll just look at our schedule, but that must be the person we demand appears here. It is only thereafter, that we will now listen to the stories and excuses that will come from the governor once he has been brought here by the Inspector General of Police. Unless there is any other comment, I think we'll, in terms of enforcement, legal, we shall have our conversations internally so that we find the smartest and the neatest way of executing what we have just declared.
Chair, sorry to come up.
Senator Ru?
Maybe auditors, can they tell us whether he has been cooperating on submitting what you asked him to submit for the audit purpose?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. We did an audit of the financial statements of the Samburu County Executive, CRF and ROR. The report for 2024-2025 was submitted to the client, signed, and has also been tabled in Parliament. For the 23-24 report, the management has not responded to us, has not given us any update on the recommendations for the 23-24. The same case for 24-25, they have not submitted to us any responses on the same. Thank you, Chair.
Fine. So those are things that we shall discuss when the IG brings the governor before this committee. That is
where there are meetings after meetings after meetings. Next, he will be hosting a delegates convention in his place. So let the IG come here. Let him be the one to take responsibility, because we don't have powers ourselves to arrest this governor and bring him here. That will be my view, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. Senator Osotsi.
Thank you very much. I'm a friend of the committee. But, honorable members, you know that I came up with a bill on this matter. And Senate passed the bill, and now the bill has been lying in the National Assembly. And this is a major challenge because, you know, our National Assembly has become an appendage of the state. Anything that is supposed to make Parliament stronger and independent is being curtailed in the National Assembly. Because this is a law that should have been passed even without waiting even for one day. But we have been undermined because the law is not moving. So that was meant to deal with the situations like this, where we find ourselves helpless. We needed to have our own police who can go and arrest rogue governors like Governor of Samburu and others. But even having said that, Chair, I think it's the worst excuse for Inspector General of Police to say he cannot find a governor. A person of the level of governor is a person who can easily be found. If they can get time to go and attack people in churches, with the crude weapon, with the guns, then they can easily get someone of the level of a governor. So I think we should start by dealing with the Inspector General of Police. The excuse he has given is not admissible, is not acceptable, and I think I would recommend the chair that you deal with this governor. Secondly, the excuse that governors are giving of attending a meeting at State House cannot be tolerated. Mr. Chair, you know that we are here because of the constitutional deadline of 31st March. And the members have come from their recess to come and work. But governors cannot use flames excuses like going to a meeting in State House, really, at this time when we are 1.5 years to the election. That is unacceptable, and in my committee today, we have demanded that all governors who are to appear today appears, and they have appeared, except one, whom we are going to send summons to appear. Because constitutional timelines cannot be less important than someone going to a political party meeting in State House. Mr. Chair, I think on that note, if you were to punish this governor, you need to punish him 3 times.
I hope you're not suggesting the police use the methods they used in church the other day.
I'm saying if they could use that, why not get the governor here?
No, we cannot validate that action. They must arrest him lawfully and in accordance with the
Chair, is it that you, is a position that you and the Senator of Vihiga, you're saying that you know that the police attacked somebody in a church? Is that what you are saying?
No, I think that should be expunged from the record. He gave an example, and I'm guiding him that those examples should not be applied in this particular case. Senator Dulo, any comment on this? Before the senator from
I don't have nice words for
Samburu.
this kind of governance, so I don't know.
Senator Lelegba, please give us guidance.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for coming late. I was from State House attending that NGC meeting.
Did you see the guy there?
I was able to be here. The governor is present at State House in that meeting, and Chair, we've convened as a committee to discuss this issue, and the clerk has just read several letters of this governor giving excuses why he's not able to attend our committee meetings. Mr. Chair, let me just inform you that this governor is not ready and does not respect Parliament. He's not ready to appear before this committee. And now he has the support of the IG not to attend. So we may face difficulties as a committee because the IG is not willing to arrest that governor to come and attend or to respond, knowing that we have pending issues of the last audit report we have never finalized because this governor has been skipping meetings and he has not been attending meetings, giving reasons that we cannot agree as a committee. I don't know how the committee will again address this issue today, but I think we should summon the IG, and I don't know whether our standing orders will allow us again to impose a further penalty on this governor, because I think he believes that when he paid the 500,000 fine that we fined as a committee, that was enough for him not to attend. So maybe he's willing to pay again another 500 and he will never appear for this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, perhaps an inquiry directed to the Senator for some. You know, previously I've seen this IT in political meetings. Is it possible that they are together with the government at State House? I have seen him in political rallies of UDA.
Chair, I have not seen the IG at State House, but I have seen the governor. He's seated there next to Susan Kika. So I can identify. Yeah.
Obviously, the officers of the IG are around there. And I think if they're listening, they should just arrest the governor and bring him here, because that's the only way of purging the contempt and solving the problem that is before us. But so I think we just need to be clear that all those love letters that the governor has been writing are null and void. They cannot cure, they cannot purge the contempt that he has shown the Senate. We are not here for malice or witch hunt. We are here because the Constitution requires us to be here. It is January. All other committees and members of the Senate and members of Parliament are still on recess. We are here because the Constitution requires us to deal with these matters within a period of 3 months. So let it not be, let it not go out there that we are witch hunting or we are being too aggressive on particular governors. Whatever we are going to resolve will apply to all governors, whether they go for their NGCs at State House, or they go for them in Nyeri, or they go for them in Vihiga. It will cut across, because there will be no fear, there will be no favor when it comes to complying with the provisions of the Constitution. Parliament has the power under Article 125 to call for evidence and to compel the appearance of any person and to examine them under oath and the various provisions that are there in Article 125 in the Parliamentary Powers and the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act. Parliament has got a legitimate duty to seek the support of the Inspector General of Police if witnesses refuse to appear. In fact, this is one of the few circumstances where Parliament can direct the Inspector General of Police. It is not the first time we are doing this. It is not the first time that Parliament or Senate is asking for the IG to find a governor and bring them before the committee, or to find a witness and bring them before the committee. And so whatever we are discussing here, really, there's a precedent that has already been set. The governor paid the fine of 500,000, but that did not fully purge the contempt. I think the contempt now lies in the hands and on the head of the Inspector General of Police. When we asked him to arrest, to find, arrest, and present the governor, he told us that he needed time to locate the governor. We gave him time from the, I think from the 4th of December. We asked him to arrest him on the 4th of December, thereabouts. And so when he wrote, is it 4th of December?
Yes, Chair. It was on the 4th of December for the governor to be produced on the 9th of December.
Yeah, so
he did not produce the governor. He wrote to us on the 18th of December asking for more time.
So we have been quite fair to the Inspector General of Police. He claimed that he could not track and he could not find the governor. And we were reasonable and told him, fine, spend a little bit more time, but make sure that the governor appears before this committee on the 26th of January. I think we've been very fair, we've been very procedural, and if the IG has not responded to that letter and has not responded by producing the governor, we must direct that the IG appears before this committee at the shortest time possible. And I think that would be within 7 days to explain to this committee why he is not willing to implement the resolutions of Parliament. We must start with the IG because he's the one who's now showing us contempt. And I think in the last Parliament we had a situation like this. We invited the IG, he didn't come. We summoned him, he didn't come. We eventually imposed a fine on the IG. And the Inspector General of Police has previously paid a fine to Parliament for non-compliance with directives of Parliament. We cannot encourage a situation where the police believe that they operate under a different constitutional order. We have seen cases of contempt of court orders. We will leave that to the judiciary to deal with. But we shall not tolerate contempt of directives of Parliament. The IG's vetting is done by both houses of Parliament. And I was present when the initial stages where the IG's vetting was being done by the National Assembly. And I must give it to the then Senate because we stood firm and said that the vetting of the Inspector General of Police is a function of Parliament as an institution. And as a result, we found ourselves doing a joint committee when it comes to vetting of the IG. So the IG must also know that he's got certain responsibilities and accountability to the house that vetted him. And so he must come here and he must explain to us why he's not able to facilitate the work of Parliament. I think administratively, today being a Monday, 7 days from today, perhaps that could be Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. We'll just look at our schedule, but that must be the person we demand appears here. It is only thereafter, that we will now listen to the stories and excuses that will come from the governor once he has been brought here by the Inspector General of Police. Unless there is any other comment, I think we'll, in terms of enforcement, legal, we shall have our conversations internally so that we find the smartest and the neatest way of executing what we have just declared.
Chair, sorry to come up.
Senator.
Maybe auditors, can they tell us whether he has been cooperating on submitting what you asked him to submit for the audit purpose?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. We did an audit of the financial statements of the Samburu County Executive, CRF and ROR. The report for 2024-2025 was submitted to the client, signed, and has also been tabled in Parliament. For the 23-24 report, the management has not responded to us. There's not given us any update on the recommendations for the 23-24. The same case for 24-25, they have not submitted to us any responses on the same. Thank you, Chair.
Fine. So those are things that we shall discuss when the IG brings the governor before this committee. That is
where there are meetings after meetings after meetings. Next, he will be hosting a delegates convention in his place. So let the IG come here. Let him be the one to take responsibility, because we don't have powers ourselves to arrest this governor and bring him here. That will be my view, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. Senator Osotsi.
Thank you very much. I'm a friend of the committee. But honorable members, you know that I came up with a bill on this matter. And Senate passed the bill. And now the bill has been lying in the National Assembly. And this is a major challenge because, you know, our National Assembly has become an appendage of the state. Anything that is supposed to make Parliament stronger and independent is being curtailed in the National Assembly. Because this is a law that should have been passed even without waiting even for 1 day. But we have been undermined because the law is not moving. So that was meant to deal with the situations like this, where we find ourselves helpless. We needed to have our own police who can go and arrest rogue governors like Governor of Samburu and others. But even having said that, Chair, I think it's the worst excuse for Inspector General of Police to say he cannot find a governor. A person of the level of governor is a person who can easily be found. If they can get time to go and attack people in churches, with the crude weapon, with the guns, then they can easily get someone of the level of a governor. So I think we should start by dealing with the Inspector General of Police. The excuse he has given is not admissible, is not acceptable, and I think I would recommend the chair that you deal with this governor. Secondly, the excuse that governors are giving of attending a meeting at State House cannot be tolerated. Mr. Chair, you know that we are here because of the constitutional deadline of 31st March. And the members have come from their recess to come and work. But governors cannot use flames excuses like going to a meeting in State House, really, at this time when we are 1.5 years to the election. That is unacceptable, and in my committee today, we have demanded that all governors who are to appear today appears. And they have appeared, except one, whom we are going to send summons to appear. Because constitutional timelines cannot be less important than someone going to a political party meeting in State House. Mr. Chair, I think on that note, if you were to punish this governor, you need to punish him 3 times.
I hope you're not suggesting the police use the methods they used in church the other day.
I'm saying if they could use that, why not get the governor in?
No, we cannot validate that action. Honorable members, I welcome you to this meeting of the Senate Public Accounts Committee. We started our meetings quite early in the morning, and as a result, we have had some scheduling conflicts. But nonetheless, the time we have spent has been well spent because with respect to the entity before us, I believe that half the work that we are to do, we have already done it because we have spent a lot of time with the Auditor General, bringing us up to speed on matters that have been dealt with, that do not need further interrogation, and matters, a few residual matters that will need to be queried. So let's start the meeting formally with a word of prayer. Senator Wambua, who is the resident bishop, in his absence, Senator Sifuna usually helps, but in his presence, in his presence, no one else can take that away from him.
Let me use this one. So thank you, Chair. Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom we be pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come, and our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Thank you, Senator Wambua. Again, for record purposes, I know today we have done a lot of introductions. Senators, let's go on record.
Okay.
Yeah.
Atuma Dulo is your member.
Senator Jones Mwaruma, Senator Taita Taveta, Vice Chair of this committee.
Eno Kwamboa, Senator Kitui, a member of this committee.
Israel Kongo Mogeni, Senator Nyamira, member. Edwin Sifuna, Senator Nairobi, member of this committee.
Godfrey Osotsi, Senator Vihiga County, a friend of the committee.
My name is Moses Otieno Kajwang, Senator from Mutembei. I chair the committee. I welcome all the senators. We quickly go to the clerks.
Good afternoon, George Otieno, Committee Clerk.
Ngunyi, Deputy Committee Clerk.
Usmani Hira, Research.
Faith Cheruto, Legal Counsel.
Shalim Simbi, Hansard Officer.
John Chege, Sergeant at Arms.
That's all from us, Chair.
You are all welcome, the OAG.
Good afternoon, Chair members. I'm Muriki Patrick, the Liaison Officer.
Good afternoon, members, Chair. My name is Joseph Karanja, Kisumu Regional Office, Office of the Auditor General.
That's all, Chairman.
You karibuni OAG. ISPAC.
Thank you, Chairman. CPA Charles Tunga, ISPAC Liaison. Thank you.
You're welcome. National Treasury.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edith Kanata from the National Treasury.
Karibu, Control of Budget.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Gilbert Gachanja from Office of Control of Budget. Thank you.
Okay, we should be having the EFCC in the room, but they'll introduce themselves when they get here. Any other stakeholder we have left out? I think we had the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board in the morning. We are done with them. So we go to the Governor Vihiga. Governor Vihiga, please go on record.
My name is Vihiga Otichillo, Governor, Vihiga County. I'm accompanied by various officers, and I would like them to introduce themselves, starting with the CEC in charge of finance and planning.
Proceed.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Mulongo Mesha Konzeri, the CCM Finance and Economic Planning, Vihiga County.
Honorable Chair, my name is CPA James Atemba Khalai, the Chief Officer in charge of Finance.
Honorable members, I'm John Owako, Head of Financial Reporting Unit.
Honorable Chair, members, I'm CPA Keverenge Joseph, Chief Officer, Planning, Budget, Monitoring and Evaluation, Vihiga County.
Honorable members, my name is George Omsula, Director Revenue.
Chair and honorable members, my name is Agribiel Omsiega, the County Attorney.
Chair and honorable members, my name is Wilfred Amasaka, Director Human Resource Management, Vihiga County.
Chair and honorable members, my name is Joseph Karungani Lurani, the CCM in charge of Commerce, Tourism and Cooperatives.
Chair, honorable members, I'm Dr. Richard Boyo, the Chief Officer in charge of Environment, Energy, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Vihiga County.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Dr. Mary Susan Anyenda, Chief Officer Health Services, Vihiga County. Thank you.
Chair Ometale Tunya, Chief Officer Transport and Infrastructure, and also Acting Chief Officer, Office of the Governor. Thank you.
Chair and honorable members, my name is Laura Kisaka, Head of Procurement, County Government of Vihiga.
Chair, honorable members, my name is CPA Isabel Pili, Accountant.
Honorable members, my name is CPA Sheila Lwali, Accountant.
That's it from for the delegation from the County Executive. Clerk, did you invite the County Assembly?
Yes, Chair, we did, but we have no word from them.
Okay, so that's unfortunate because we all have the same constitutional timelines. We would have wished them to be here, but that does not take away their mandate. We proceed to the next order, which will be administration of oath.
I, Vihiga Otichillo, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before the committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Next will be for you to table your written responses.
Mr. Chairman, Sir, I hereby table the following documents before the committee. The management responses accompanying annexures on the report of the Auditor General on County Executive of Vihiga for the year 2024-2025. The management responses and accompanying annexures on the report of the Auditor General on the receiver of revenue statements for the County Executive of Vihiga for the financial year 2024-2025. Then lastly, management responses and accompanying annexures on the report of the Auditor General on the County Revenue Fund for the County Executive of Vihiga for the financial year 2024-2025. Thank you.
Fine. Auditor General, could you tell us whether, or first of all, Clerk, can you make sure that members, because we had directed that copies be sent in advance, and if the files before us are the copies, can you confirm whether they were filed on time?
Yes, Chair, I confirm that we received the responses in good time.
OAG, can you confirm whether you've gone through them and you're ready to proceed?
Chair, we received the responses in time and we are ready to proceed.
If that is the case, unless there is any preliminary matter, I would request that we go straight into the report of the Auditor General for the Executive and for the Receiver of Revenue. And even as we do so, this is historic. I think the Senate, the Public Accounts Committee and the Public Investments Committee has for the first time complied with the provision of the Constitution. That when the Auditor General brings reports to Parliament, Parliament shall consider and debate those reports within a period of 3 months. So this time round, Senate is doing what is required by law. And we expect that whatever proclamation we make, whatever resolution we arrive at, through this constitutional process, those entities that are required to implement will do the right thing. If we make recommendations for investigation, we expect the EACC to do the right thing because the Senate has also done the right thing by considering these matters in a timely manner. Governor Otichillo, you are the first governor to appear before this committee for the financial year 2024-2025. So I hope you're going to set the tone. You set the wrong one, and then the other 46 might also go wrong. You set the right one. We hope that others will also go right. We also take note that it's the first time you're considering financial statements prepared on accrual basis. For the last 10 years, counties have been reporting on a hybrid of cash and accrual. And so the financial statements might look slightly different. Before you came in, the reason why it took long for us to start this meeting, we should have started at 10, we were in conversation with the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board and the National Treasury on the differences between reports on accrual basis and reports on cash basis. Because if you don't do that, we'll start asking you cash basis questions. I think we are very clear in our minds right now that we'll be asking accrual basis questions. We are also very clear on the transition. We know what you expected to do in the first year, in the second year, and in the third year. We are also clear that there could be accounting issues as a result of that transition. And if they are purely accounting issues to do with compliance with the standards, we'll agree with the Auditor General to handhold you, and then we track them at the next cycle of implementation follow-up. Therefore, in as much as we have fairly long reports here, citing quite a number of issues on standards and preparation of financial statements, we want to focus more on lawfulness and effectiveness in the use of public resources. And if there are issues arising out of the transition from cash to accrual, we will get the advice of the Auditor General on how that can be worked on within the 60 days or 90-day implementation period. So, Auditor, could you tell us what the opinion was on the executive before we go to the basis of that opinion?
Thank you, Chair. Report of the Auditor General on County Executive for Vihiga for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report on financial statements was a qualified opinion.
So when it comes to the qualifying issues, what was the first basis for qualification? You may just read it and then we direct you.
One was failure to capitalize property, plant and equipment. Paragraph number 2, unsupported software license renewal.
Let's just go procedurally. So number 1, what was the issue?
Failure to capitalize property, plant and equipment.
The substance?
The statement of financial performance statement reflects an amount of Kenya shillings 1,432,268,408 in respect of use of goods and services as disclosed in Note 8 to the financial statements. Included in the amount is expenditure of Kenya shillings 307,636,974 incurred on rehabilitation of civil works and an expenditure of Kenya shillings 303,085,635 incurred on constructions of civil works, or amounting to Kenya shillings 610,722,609. Review of records revealed that the 2 expenditure items were of capital nature and should have been capitalized in accordance with IPSAS 3 on transition to accrual basis of accounting. In the circumstances, the accuracy and fair presentation of the expenditure amounting to Kenya shillings 310,722,609 shillings and the use of goods and services could not be confirmed.
And what was the position of management, Governor?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me to request my Chief Officer in charge of Finance to give a response.
Thank you, Chair. We respond as follows. The management acknowledges the auditor's observation on the above subject matter and responds as follows. During the preparation of the financial statements for the financial year 2024-2025 financial year, we relied heavily on the general guidelines on asset and liability management in the public sector from the National Treasury, that's the National Assets and Liability Management Directorate. In the guidelines, Part 4, 1E, provides that, thus for accounting for non-financial assets, Section 112 gives guidance on capitalization of assets and threshold, and it sets the capitalization threshold is the value above which assets are capitalized and reported in the financial statements as non-financial assets as opposed to being expensed in the year of acquisition. The capitalization threshold should not be applied to the components of an asset, but should be applied to the value of the capital asset as a whole. All other expenditures shall be recognized as an expense in the period in which it occurred. In particular, the expenses incurred in maintenance or reinstatement of an asset that ensures that the useful operating life of the asset is attained shall be considered as operating expenses and shall not be capitalized, irrespective of the quantum of the expenses concerned. Since we are in the first year of transition to accrual basis of accounting, and as per the IPSAS 33, that's the first time adoption, we are required to recognize the financial assets and liabilities, that is current assets and liabilities, as guided by the Treasury Circular number 3 of 2025, part 2.3, and also develop policies of recognition. The county has since developed Vihiga County Assets and Liabilities Management Policy and Procedure Manual, which will guide on the capitalization and other assets management areas like identifying and revaluing, classifying of assets for them to be reported in the financial statements in the last year of transition, which is financial year 2026-2027. We submit, Honorable Chair.
So in English, are you agreeing with the Auditor General or you are disagreeing with the Auditor General?
Honorable Chair, in our interpretation, going by
are you agreeing or disagreeing with this finding?
Initially, we had disagreed.
What should have been capitalized?
Initially, we had disagreed, Chair, but upon engagements with the OAG, we have reached an agreement that this adjustment should be made as a prior year adjustment in preparation of the financial year 2025-2026, so that whatever was expensed is now capitalized under PPE.
Auditor General, 610 million is above 10% of the county's overall expenditure. Because you must be clear, ni pesa imepotea ama ni maneno ya bookkeeping?
This is an issue on bookkeeping. As we told them all the assets acquired during the financial year and a review, they have the historical costs, they have the documentation, so they should be captured in PPE, not expensed.
So what's your recommendation?
Our recommendation is they are made the financial statements during subsequent year on capital items that has documentation and historical costs to be capitalized and not expensed.
So we should start seeing those adjustments in the quarterly reports?
Yes.
So this is a matter that we can leave for implementation follow-up?
Yes.
Okay. Members, unless there is any query, it's 610 million. Auditor amesema haijapotea. It's just that imewekwa kwa bedroom instead of sitting room. Isn't that just a classification issue? Yeah, we would give you a slap on the wrist because it's a first year of transition. Yeah. But I think after a period of time, Senate will not be lenient. It's just that this is the first time you're doing this kind of transition. So we keep that in view, and as we are taking a resolution to the House, it's something that we can track in the next implementation review cycle.
And Chair, Vihiga has developed county assets and liabilities management policy and procedure manual. It would not be the same countrywide. It will just be unique to Vihiga. And we are saying moving forward, maybe we should have a general one that is acceptable countrywide. But it's good for Vihiga for having developed this policy. We can give it to them.
Fine, we can proceed to the second matter of software licenses. For purposes of time, the OAG, we had gone through this earlier, and you had indicated that notwithstanding your findings, subsequently some supporting documentation was provided.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, just summarize what you had reported here and the current status, and then we can hear from the governor. Because if this audit was done last month, we're in January, the question would be, where were the documents in December? Why were they not provided in December and they're now being provided in January? Unless they were being, which word did you use?
I asked Kiwit to talk about cooked, something cooked.
Unless they were being cooked. Okay, fine. OAG?
We are saying on summary, Kenya shillings 3,200,040 shillings incurred on software license renewal revealed that key supporting relevant documents were missing and lack of valid contract agreement to support the expenditure incurred on software license renewal.
There was also a direct procurement authority that was required. Your second last paragraph.
Yes, further, there was no documentary evidence to show that the management reported the direct procurement to the authority within 14 days after the notification of the award of the contract, since the value exceeded 500,000 and there was no approval by the accounting officer for use of direct procurement method, contrary to Regulation 91 of Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2010, which provides that an accounting officer shall, within 14 days after the notification of the award of the contract, report any direct procurement of a value exceeding 500,000 to the authority in a format provided by the authority.
So, OAG, since we have the written response here, which is fairly detailed, and the county are pointing us to Appendix 2 with a need assessment report, extract of PPRA report, user points, and license renewal contract agreement. Have you reviewed those documents, and do they satisfy the questions that you had asked at the time of audit?
Yes, I have reviewed them, and they have responded to the issue, because the issue key here was failure to provide documents at the time of the audit.
Governor, why did this matter have to come to the Senate if the records were available at that point in time?
Thank you, Chair. I think I would like to ask the Director of Procurement to give her details on probably why these were not submitted to the auditor at the right time.
And Director, with due respect to time, restrict yourself to that which the governor has asked you to do. Why they were not provided at the time of audit.
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm the documents were provided in good time, but you realize when the queries are raised in the draft report.
So you disagree with the Auditor General?
I can confirm the documents were sent via email to the Auditor General.
What is your definition of good time?
They were sent to the Auditor General.
On?
During the response to draft responses.
Specifically on which date?
I cannot be knowing the date.
We don't deal with terms like in good time. In good time must meet, it must be defined from the timelines in the Constitution and statute. So they could have been sent on 31st of December. That is outside that's a date when they're supposed to be reporting.
Chair.
So I just want us to agree on some basics so that these matters will not recur in future. So you are saying you gave the Auditor General the documents?
Yes, Chair, before the management letter came.
Auditor General, you are being accused of being frivolous and raising issues that have already been answered.
At the time of management letter, the documents have not been provided. A DAR, a draft audit report, was also sent to the client, and the documents were not provided.
Who is saying the truth between the OAG and the county? Governor.
Chair, allow me to request the Chief Officer in charge of Finance. I think he knows more details. Let him present that to this committee.
Chair, let me clarify with your permission that this particular query was introduced at the draft certificate level. And the challenge we had, we are normally given only 3 days, about 2 to 3 days. So I know by the time we are giving to OAG, the documents have already been transmitted from Kisumu to Nairobi for issuance of the final certificate. But later on, we engaged the OAG at Kisumu and we reached a conclusion.
Mr. Temba, you have said something extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. That it was introduced at the draft certificate. Because I thought this is a continuum. That nothing will find itself at the end without having gone through that process of samples and queries and management letter. That the OAG cannot just bring a surprise at the end.
I agree. When they were on the ground, that issue was transacted. But in terms of documentation, at the draft level is where now we received the query and we went through our documents to locate these particular documents. We were able to remit to OAG and ultimately, after engagement, we agreed that the issue now is resolved. And that's where we are.
Patrick, can we? It's a very dangerous comment, which, if not managed, could give the impression that the OAG introduces things at the end of the audit process.
Chairman, it's not possible to introduce a new thing, and if that is the case, that query then must be communicated to the entity and they are given adequate time to respond. If there is any review to an issue that was initially in the audit query and even then in the management letter, it can only be amended in the way that information is being requested, but you cannot introduce a totally new thing at the point of draft report. Very rarely does it happen.
Senator
Chairman, even where...
You see, Chair, the Chief Officer has also gone on record to say that during the audit, the matter was being processed. But then what the lady there, the procurement lady, is saying is that this matter jumped at them towards the tail end of the audit cycle, the Auditor General is saying that this matter was properly before the entity at the start of the audit. So we have three positions on the same matter, Chair. Perhaps the governor can tell us what the exact position is, because really you are part of this. You participate in this at the entry level and at the exit level. Is this a matter that was just sprung at your officers midway or towards the end of the audit cycle?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the issue here is that these documents is clear from my two officers that they came in late when the auditor already had processed and moved forward. So it's clear that these documents came in late.
Which documents, Chair, came in late? I thought it was the documents from the county government of Vihiga that we are questioning. So they came in late from where?
The documents being submitted to the Auditor General when they were required. They were not submitted at the right time.
Auditor, you, the OIG, I know Patrick sits with us in Nairobi, so our friend from Kisumu Hub, you are the one who did this audit. Were you the one on the ground?
Yes.
So a lot of things are being said back and forth. Can you give us your professional account?
I have the management letter that was issued, and the issue was raised at the query number 4.7, lack of assets ownership documents on software licenses.
And what's the date? The date on which that particular, the ML was released to the client?
The 13th October.
13th of October. Yes. And the draft certificate came, because I think these ones were signed on 8th of December. Because we must all proceed in good faith. We must, if there's no good faith, we will not be able to proceed. The Auditor General signed this off on 8th of December, the final certificate. Yes. So a very simple question is now giving birth to unnecessary doubt on the process. But I will be very hesitant to lay the blame on the OAG on this. That responsibility must be carried by the county. And maybe that's when now we need to look at Section 52 of the Public Audit Act and recommend accordingly. Senator Osotsi, you wanted to raise something?
I think, Chair, I think these licenses were in respect of the GIS software, which is one of the good things that we have done as a county. But I think when you go through the documentation here, particularly the agreement, I don't know whether the auditor had time to peruse the agreement that is attached, because the agreement seems to be saying that the contract period was October 2024 to October 2025. So maybe you can indicate to us the current situation. Are the software licenses current or they have expired as well? And then I would also want to know what is the arrangement in place. Are these software licenses paid annually or it is an extended period of time? So that they don't have to keep on writing agreements every year. So for example, me and you come from the IT world. You know that you can have an agreement for even 5 years on software licenses. So you don't have to be paying every year and writing agreements and therefore avoiding a query like this. So the agreement that is attached here is actually for last year, not current. So even if it was provided to the auditor, it was an outdated document. they should have provided one that is current. So maybe the officers involved can tell us what is the current situation on this matter.
Yep, Governor, this is what happens when you come with documents to the Senate. They are subjected to further scrutiny. And the easier thing is to ensure that you provide that evidence to the Auditor General.
Yeah.
But now that it is before us, it has to be opened up.
Yes.
You have heard the question from the Senator?
Yes, I've had the question from the Senator, and I would like the Director of Procurement to give a response.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The agreement was renewed, currently status renewed. Then the reason why we did an agreement for 1 year, that was the available funds as at that time. So we were able to rebudget this financial year, and the agreement was renewed. Thank you.
So maybe there are two things here. For the earlier conversation on whether documents were provided or not, we shall make a recommendation and in line with section 52. Is it 52 of the Public Audit?
62.
Is it 52 or 62?
62.
62 of the Public Audit Act, because we do not sound satisfied that there was a good reason for non-provision of documents. We have tried to ask you to justify why they were not provided, and you have raised more allegations than dealing with the substance. For the value for money and also the veracity of the contracts, we'll ask the Auditor General to relook into it and just ensure that this contract negotiated is value for money and that it is the best arrangement for Vihiga County. So I don't think there's loss of money here. It's more of a compliance issue. Fine. We go to confirmed depreciation charge. Now earlier in the morning, we were talking to the National Treasury and the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board.
Sorry, Chair, before we move, so who is to blame for the late submission of documents?
It has to be the accounting officer.
Then why can't we recommend some action? If there is somebody who is culpable. We have always had the practice of recommending administrative action.
Yes, yes. Because Section 62 has got very clear provisions on how it should be enforced.
Yes, Chairman. Because Section 62...
Even though 62 is towards investigation and prosecution, do we go that route, or we just direct the CEO to take administrative action?
You know, Chair, I think previously what we have done, according to tradition, is that we have directed administrative action, and it forms the basis of the next cycle of audit, so that then the entity will report to us what administrative action was taken to cure. Yes.
Failure to which we can recommend investigation and prosecution. Section 156. Section 156, is that the Public Audit Act? Yeah, so Senior Counsel,
So I think let's recommend that administrative action be taken.
Yeah.
So that in the next appearance, the governor can tell us what action was taken.
And administrative action, Governor, as a CEO, you know, when we direct administrative action, governors go back and fire everybody. Yeah, that's administrative action. But administrative action could also be training, could be reprimand, could be transfers. There, I mean, it's unless you want us to tell you what to do with your officers.
Chair, I think I take what you have said, and I'll take administrative action, but not a very hostile one.
No, stop amplifying.
No, Chair, I don't think the governor should tell us what action he would take, whether it is it's tough or lenient. I think we just want administrative action, and the purpose of it, Governor, and we are not. I mean, we should actually be helping each other here. Is not just to punish. it also gives you an opportunity to find out what exactly happened. How come? Because now you're not even clear whether the documents were given, at what time they were given. So that next time we don't have a repeat of this. Yeah.
Fine, so you take note. So we'll have another implementation follow-up meeting. I think once the Senate adopts our report, and you'll have to provide evidence of the action that you have taken. We will not tell you the severity, but it is upon you as a CEO. Failure to which we shall recommend the provisions of Section 62 of the Public Audit Act. Senator Cherarke has just come in and is already disrupting the meeting. So can you go on record?
No, Chair, is Senator Wambua, who is excited. He wants to listen what we were discussing in State House. But that is beside the point. Chair, my name is Cherarke Kiprotich, Senator of the Republic of Kenya from Nandi. Karibu sana jirani.
Okay, so we proceed. There is a matter of depreciation charge. Again, this is a new auditor. This is a new thing coming with the accrual basis of accounting.
Yes, from the National Treasury, they issued a policy, but also the counties, due to their specialities, they're supposed to come up with a policy on depreciation charge of the assets.
Was this to be done within the first year of the transition?
Yes, because the assets acquired and those that were recognized, they were supposed to be depreciated.
Okay, so this again a fairly technical matter. Governor, have you done your policy on depreciation charge and amortization?
Yes, Chair, we have done that.
Has it been approved by the Assembly?
It's just been approved by the County Executive and we are forwarded to the Assembly.
Auditor General, is this a policy for approval by the Assembly? You see, policy is a province of the Executive, yes, unless it's a significant policy that comes as a sessional paper. Why would you? What's the background? Why are you asking the Assembly to approve a depreciation policy, which is fairly technical and executive?
At executive level, if they approve and adopt, it's okay. But at County Assembly, where we recommend is, in case of any legislation that is required to implement that policy, it's the County Assembly maybe decide to come up with a registration.
So Governor, are you taking this policy to the Assembly?
We have already forwarded the policy to the Assembly for noting because it's a technical document, but the requirement is that we take to the Assembly for them to note, the relevant committee to note and record that this policy has been approved.
Chair.
Senator Maru.
Yeah, maybe Governor, point us to the policy, because you are saying that during the preparation of the financial statements 24-25 fiscal year, we relied heavily on general guidelines on asset and liability management in the public sector from the National Treasury. And then you say that in the guidelines, Appendix 4, schedule of useful lives and depreciation gives depreciation and amortization rates for different classes of assets. Can you point us to that Appendix 4, which gives that schedule?
Chair, let me request OACO to point to that section where that is covered.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The Honorable Senator was just confused me a little later. Are we in question 1 or question 3?
Question 3. You are saying that Appendix 4 gives the schedule of useful lives and depreciation, you know, and amortization rates. The OAG. And confirm depreciation.
I hope you're all reading the same document.
Hmm? 1F.
I'm just checking for the page.
So the appendix is equal 1A. 1A.
So in page, in this policies, the schedule 4 is on page 78.
Page 78 of
the appendix. We have attached appendix 2, appendix 1, appendix 1A. Of those documents, we have the assets and liability management policy. Then we go to appendix in that policy, we go now to page 74. From page 74. It's from page 74.
Page 74
of what?
Of the policy, the assets and liability management policy. We have attached it as an appendix 1A.
Is there page 74 in appendix 1A? You didn't serialize your pages.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. We didn't attach the full policy, but I'm having a copy of the complete one.
But you are supposed to come and demonstrate that you have a policy. Now you want to introduce evidence at this point, which you failed to do at the time of audit. We can't proceed like that.
Through His Excellency the Governor, I can respond to that. The initial audit query was, we charged depreciation of 15,898,111. So initially, the auditor was alleging that we used an approved assets and liabilities management policy. But ideally, we responded by saying, in doing that, we based on the guidelines issued by the National Treasury of the assets and liability management in public sector from the National Treasury. So that was the basis then. But we have, however, gone ahead to prepare our own specific assets and liabilities management
before you
policy.
go there, what you are supposed to do, we use the national government guidelines. Here they are as appendix 4 or whatever, so that we confirm that what we are saying is true. Now, if you say you guys are doing the right things and we have no visibility of that particular guidance, we will not have done any serious job. And I think that's the challenge that my vice chair is putting to you, that can you show us here that appendix 4 that you're talking about, so that we look at it and say, well, it's okay, you can use the national government guidelines. Before you go further.
Yeah, because now the issue is marked as addressed, so we wanted to see what you had used and what is now contained in your current policy.
It's a fairly simple thing.
No, Chair, make it easy for the Chief Officer. Let him take us to that appendix 4. Because he has made reference to it himself. It is his document. Then tell us, in this appendix, this is what we have done. Because I think for this issue to be considered to have been resolved, then there must be evidence for the resolution as captured in his own response.
So, Chair, we submit that that particular one is not amongst our appendix. But however, what we carried is now the approved assets and liabilities management policy document.
Now, between the time of audit and today, where is the evidence of approval? Because the other thing they're questioning is that you're using a draft policy. I think that's the main substance of that finding. So, do you have some minutes or correspondence to confirm that what was draft is now approved?
Even what is more confusing, did you use the draft policy as found by the auditor, or use the general one?
Yeah.
There's the whole of that confusion.
Governor?
Chair, I think when the auditing was done, we had the draft policy by then. But since then, that policy has been approved by the County Executive Committee, and there are minutes to that effect, although we may have not carried it here.
Let me ask the auditor this question. And of course, you have to give it to me that this is a fairly new thing. Auditor, what was your finding? Is it that the amortization was based on a draft policy, or they used the national government guidelines? What is your finding? Because the query is different from what the answer is by the management.
The depreciation charge is what was based on the draft policy, which was now the rider there that the county assembly had not approved the policy.
I think this is a very, very straightforward matter. You, Governor, you and your team, you are making it complicated for no good reason. It's the first time we are looking at depreciation charge, because we were not looking at it under the cash basis. And so we appreciate that it's a transition. Policies have to be drafted, policies have to be approved. And where there is no local policy, we take the national policy for guidance. But it was explained to us in the morning by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board that different counties might have different realities. And they gave us this example, that depreciation of a vehicle in Vihiga could be different from depreciation of a vehicle in Turkana because of the terrain. So counties can have different policies or different charges. So we encourage you to regularize that policy, but since we don't have visibility of that Appendix 4 or Schedule 4, OAG keep this in view, go back and confirm that that policy has been approved, and if there is a requirement that the Assembly should also approve it, then we confirm that that is done. Because in this accrual basis, a depreciation charge is almost like an expense, isn't it? It reduces the value of your assets. So it cannot be done haphazardly. There must be a clear policy.
Chairman, it's true, because it has a bearing on also the surplus or the deficit declared by the entity. So it also affects the statement of financial performance.
So it's a serious accounting matter. If you write down your assets haphazardly, then within 3, 4, 5 years you find that your asset is at zero. So being the first time we are doing this, keep it in view, confirm the policies have been approved, confirm they are consistent or not, not consistent, because county and national, they might not be 100% consistent, but just confirm that they comply with best practice and the standards as have been proposed.
Yeah. But Chair, because they are borrowing from the national, let them give us the national guidelines, I think, to the auditors, so that we can ascertain that is what you used. You borrowed from the national guideline in formulating your county. Can you also get the view of that national guideline? I think I'll be more comfortable with that.
Chair, you have given a ruling on this. I don't want to belabor the point. The only problem is what the entity is saying on record is that they use the national government guidelines. What the Auditor General is saying is that they use a draft policy document. None of those documents is available to us. And I have said this many times, I will repeat it. We are not conducting audit here. So Chair, as you ask the Auditor General to keep it in view, I think it's also important for the entity to know that this is not where the audit is taking place. And if they make reference to any document, on record, then it's only fair that the document is made available for us to cross-check. I thank you.
Okay, so we can't mark this as resolved until the OAG does the things that we have asked them to do, and until the entity provides that national circular for confirmation by the OAG. So this remains, we keep it in view, track it at the next implementation review. Quickly to receivables. Another new term, well, not entirely new, but accrual tends to like receivables and payables.
Long outstanding receivables. Thank you, Chair. The statement of financial position reflects balance of Kenya shillings 10,865,170 in respect of receivables from non-exchange transactions as disclosed in Note 13 to the financial statements. However, the following unsatisfactory matters were noted. 4.1, outstanding salary advances. Included in the balance are salary advances of Kenya shillings 1,865,170, out of which Kenya shillings 1,775,438 were advances made in the year 2015 and 2017 to 10 members of staff. The staff members included 4 former staff of the county executive, 1 current member of staff, 1 former deceased member of staff, 3 current sitting MCAs, and 1 former MCA. The management of the executive explained that a recovery of Kenya shillings 85,168 for the 2 officers has been made. However, no evidence in form of pay slips was provided for audit review to support this explanation. Further, no reconciliation had been provided to show the movement of staff advances opening balance of Kenya shillings 1,950,338 and the closing balance of Kenya shillings 1,865,170. In the circumstances, the accuracy and recoverability of the receivables from non-exchange transaction staff advances balance of Kenya shillings 1,865,170 as at 30th June 2025 could not be confirmed.
So let's spend very little time on this. The amounts being cited there, 1,085,000. Governor, what's your response on this very quickly?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me to request my Director of Human Resources to give the response.
Director HR is in a blind spot, so maybe just move so that we can see you.
Thank you, Chair. We had made a written response to it. I read through. The management acknowledges the auditor's observation on the above subject matter and response as follows. Some of the long outstanding salary advances were advanced to members of the county assembly when the payroll was still managed centrally at the county executive.
HR, again, for us to move swiftly, because when I'm looking at the time, we might be here up to 6. This one was a very straightforward matter. You have agreed you advanced money to certain officers.
Yes, Chair.
You have agreed on the amount. The 1 point, you agree on the amount being 1.9, the amount advanced.
1.8.
1.8.
Yes.
The auditor says you have only recovered 85,000.
Yes, Chair.
You agree with that?
Yes, Chair.
So the question is, what are you doing about the difference?
Yes, as we've indicated in the response, we've recovered monies from staff who are active on payroll, and we have submitted the evidence, but the other persons who had been advanced the money, we did not find the primary record upon which they committed to receive the money. We were informed that sometimes in 2016, the building which housed the primary evidence in terms of the application forms caught fire, and for that reason, when we contacted the office of county attorney, he wrote to those persons, and they have all responded indicating that they want evidence that indeed they applied for the money. So it has not been possible for us to proceed with the recovery.
Is there, do we have a copy of that reply here?
Yes, that's what I'm saying is what in summary is in the response that I was...
No. The last bit where you are saying that the persons who advanced the money are writing back asking for evidence. I'd like to see a sample of that letter. Because wameruka that they didn't get the money. I'd really like to see a copy of that letter.
And also, is the officer who authorized the advance, is he still working in the county?
Yeah. Because if it was...
And then too, where is the evidence of that incidence of fire that is alleged to have broken out in Vihiga?
Bottom line, Governor, pesa ya serikali haipotei. Either someone paid it out. No, it's not either. There's someone who paid that money.
Sure.
And someone received it. The person who received it could be the same person who paid it. Or the person who received it could be somebody else. So, instead of wasting too much time running after people, we must start with the person who authorized the payment. In fact, in terms of interest and advances, I think the PFM is very, very clear on the responsibility of accounting officers. So, hii pesa iko wapi, Governor? This 1.6 million can build an ECD classroom. Kuna ECD classroom hapa ya 1.7 million. Yeah. How do we get back this money?
Chair, these two persons were in the first government, and they were CEC members. And as we have heard from the Director of Human Resource, the documentation that had all these details, somehow we were informed that the office or the place where the documents were caught fire and all the documents were burnt. So there is no evidence for us to be able, and I think that's why...
But Governor, if you and the auditor agree that this advance was made, then there must be a record that the advance was paid. Because if there's no record, why is it in here? Why are you even responding to it? If there's no record, why is your county attorney seized of it?
I have him. He's here.
The Chair, you know, let's be a bit prudent with public money. Why this money was advanced in 2016, okay? 2015. Why does it take 10 years before the county attorney issues a demand letter for the recovery of this money? Yet he knows the statute of limitation may not allow him to recover that debt now. Is that negligence on his part? Huh? Because I'm looking at Annexure 3C, Chairman. The demand for the repayment of this money was made on 5th of June 2025. Why that long inordinate delay?
Chair, I really wanted evidence, as alluded by the HR officer, that the officers indicated that they want evidence that that money was advanced to them. How would you know money is advanced to you? It's because either there is a wire from the county coffers to your account, or you have signed. So for the documentation, maybe the documents might not be there, but if there was a wire from the county CRF account to that officer, and that officer expended that money, then why should you want evidence whether that money was advanced to them or not? It should be very clear, because that money went to that person's account. Chair.
Governor?
Chair, I think my position is that is the Director of Human Resources that keeps all these records and should be able to avail them. But this is the explanation he gave, that he couldn't get the documentation because of that fire incidents which led to the burning of the documents.
But then what would be the basis of your demand letters? Letter of demand before action and recovery? I don't know whether it's the one you're referring to that were done sometime in...
Yes, and we want to understand from the county attorney whether he understands the limitation of Actions Act in terms of debt recovery.
Chair, let me confirm that I understand the limitations of Actions Act and the limitations.
What is the period? So that we test whether you are supposed to occupy that office?
Yeah, if it's on contract, then we are talking of 6 years. If it's related to land, it's 12 years. If it's related to tort, it's 3 years.
So what was this one? What was it relating to?
Chair, this is public money, and we received instructions from the Treasury. If you see, if you look at Annexure 3B.
No, was it within or it was already time barred? You're a lawyer.
Chair, we had to act. This is public funds.
You are sure you can file a suit?
Because you know the debt had not been written off. It was still a liability that was pending.
Are you a member of Law Society?
I'm a member, and I'm a very senior member. I was admitted in 1987.
Fine, so educators,
no.
Because...
the limitation. Tell us on the limitation. 1980
Actions Act.
Governor, you may be very unfortunate if that is your county attorney who cannot understand basics on the time you need to file suit before you are time barred by the court.
Chair, that is very unfair, with the due respect, because I have not filed any suit.
County attorney, relax. Relax. Yeah? There's no need to raise your temperature. There are documents here which you have authored on the 5th of June. And perhaps it looks like you are doing the right thing, because I would have told the governor to advise you to do exactly what you have done. But senior counsel is raising a flag that due to the statute of limitation, this might be a futile exercise. That is what we need to deal with. I don't care when someone was admitted or what. Is this a useful exercise or it is a futile exercise? Let's establish that as a matter of fact, not as a matter of opinion. It looks like the right thing to do.
Chair,
but is it going to yield the results that we need?
Chair, we just issued the
order through the chair. Wait before it comes on board. I've read the letter that you wrote from County Attorney Honorable Sunday Mukuna for the information. In the last paragraph, which was written 50 June 2025, so mark the date, say we intend to file the suit in accordance with the instructions within 21 days from the date of this letter, unless the amount is faithfully by a banker's check in favor of the county government of Vihiga. I thought I had the county attorney say he never had intention of filing the suit. So is this his own letter, or we are reading other letters? It was written by him. And there's the limitations of Actions Act. So where is he standing?
So, because Governor, you might be pursuing this through the wrong rabbit hole. You might think that you can go to court and enforce recovery when the PFM Act and regulations would suggest a surcharge on the officers responsible. You know, there are very clear provisions, the PFM Act and regulations, such that if you are not able to recover this money through other means, you go back to the officer who occasioned the loss of the public funds. So the question is, this route that you are taking going to bear fruit, Governor?
Based on what I've learned and gathered from this meeting, we may not be able to gain anything with this route. That's what I've heard, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've heard two lawyers talk, and I want to say that we have to look for another route, because this may be a futile route based on what I've heard.
Maybe to give the county attorney just a little bit of benefit, when he was admitted, some of us were still in school. What is your advice to the governor on this particular matter?
Chair, when you look at our response, we have already made a conclusion that we are not going to pursue further. These are some of the days that we may seek the proper procedure of writing them off. But Chair, even when somebody owes you, and you know very well that maybe you are limited by statute in terms of time, writing a demand notice may yield fruit. If the person acknowledges, says, I owe the money, you know very well time will stop running, and you will have the right to recover the money. So when I acted in accordance with the instructions, I expected a response from the person. But the people responded and said that, okay, we want evidence that we owe the money. So this is the evidence. I went back to the relevant department to find out, and that is when I was told the relevant documents were burned in a building, and they have not been recovered. So the next move...
They've put you on a wild goose chase?
I think so.
And who is that? Is that finance? Who's putting this advocate on a wild goose chase, knowing very well that there's nothing to catch?
And Chair, I don't know who wrote this response, because me, I'm looking through the appendices. When you say that demand letters were also done to the office of the county attorney, to Mr. Sande Mukuna and Ms. Florence Kaguli, who also wrote back requesting for copies of the salary advance forms, I'm not seeing those appendices. I'm not seeing those letters that are responding to you. Are they there?
I think it's what I'd asked for initially when someone alluded to it, but it does not. They don't seem to be here.
Yes, Chair. Let me admit that I also cannot trace them, but they were there. I think it was just an omission that they were not annexed. But we undertake.
Governor, this is let's contextualize it. This is the equivalent of an ECD classroom, even before you put in the interest. And this is a matter that has been running for almost 10 years. So if you are to put in interest, you are talking of 2 or 3 ECD classrooms. So we are not going to let this lie just like that. I don't know, OAG, the PFM regulations, what does it say about an accounting officer who advances money and fails to enforce recovery?
Chairman, it says that money will be recovered from the accounting officer for failing to effect the recovery of the money.
So, what other option do we have? Or we send that gentleman to chase wild goose? I think the answer lies in the regulations.
Maybe, Chair, could we also take the option of write-off? What does the law say about that? Because these individuals, I know them very well, and I don't think the county would be able to recover this money from them. So the other option is write-off. What does the law provide, and what attempt have they made to take that route?
We would be very hesitant to recommend write-off at the first instance, because these individuals are saying, give evidence that we took the money. But there's evidence that money left the county. So it's a person who caused the money to leave the county who should now be held responsible.
I think we have a public duty to make recommendations that serve as a deterrence. And that deterrence should not just be for the county of Vihiga, but to other counties generally. So the best option, Chair, is to direct that the governor should surcharge and recover that money from the officers who advance the money.
I don't think we have any other, of course, write-offs are allowable through certain processes, but not in a case where you can clearly see there is impunity.
Chair, my only predicament will be all those people who are responsible left. When the first government left, they also left.
No, Governor. It's not that way.
Yeah.
Isn't there an accounting officer now?
Yeah, the current one.
Yes.
Yeah. But
it is
those
that
who are
accounting officer who must take all measures. When they take the job, they know that they're taking the job with all the risks and booby traps that come with it. So I think in terms of recommendations, that's the direction we are going, because all these other charades, I think this matter has come up several times in the past, just like the next matter that we are going into. And I want us to go into this matter of the assembly. Recoverability of amount due from the county assembly. Again, auditor, what's the substance?
Note that into the financial statement also reflects a balance of Kenya shillings 10,865,170 in respect of receivables from non-exchange transactions. Included in the balance was Kenya shillings 9 million in respect of transfers due from county assembly. However, review of receivables records revealed that the county executive transferred Kenya shillings 38 million to the county assembly on 25th February 2021 and Kenya shillings 6 million on 23rd November 2021, totaling to Kenya shillings 44 million, being funds paid for deposit and retention account to bridge a shortfall on county assembly's car loan and mortgage account. However, only Kenya shillings 35 million had been refunded as at 30th June 2025, leaving a balance of Kenya shillings 9 million. In the circumstances, the recoverability of the amount advanced to the county assembly amounting to Kenya shillings 9 million as at 30th June 2025 could not be confirmed.
Governor?
Allow me to request the Chief of Finance to give a response.
Thank you, Chair. We respond as follows. The management acknowledges the auditor's observation on the above subject matter and responds as follows. The county executive wrote a letter to the county assembly on the amount in question. The assembly responded to the letter and committed to budget for it in the financial year 2025-2026 to enable the refund. The county executive expects the county assembly to budget for the funds in the second supplemental budget during this financial, since this was not captured in the original budget of the financial year 2025-2026. We submit, Chair.
Have you addressed yourself to the illegality in this transaction? Do you see anything wrong with this transaction? Because you're acting blind to it.
Yes, Chair.
Is it legal to transfer money from deposits and retentions to the car loan and mortgage account of the county assembly?
We agree it's not legal, Chair.
So what do you say about that? What should be the what should be the consequence of that illegality?
Is to have the assembly refund the money, Chair.
No.
To the county
executive. Leave alone wait for the assembly. What is the intention of a deposits and retentions account?
These are money for the clients. They actually, the contractors.
Correct.
And the other people. So
are you allowed to move money from it to another fund?
No, Chair.
It is not allowed?
They are not allowed.
Now, who's the administrator of the deposits and retentions account? The chief officer?
Yes, Chair, the chief officer.
So, shouldn't we take very drastic action against the chief officer for allowing unauthorized withdrawals from deposits and retentions account?
This is an issue that happened some time back, and we may not be very privy.
No. Stop giving excuses. Let's deal with it just applying the law as is. Applying the law as is. We've agreed it was an illegality. You see, you ought to have told us that to cure that problem, administratively we have put in place a policy, or administratively we have put someone on notice, or administratively we even transferred the officers. But you are acting as if you are oblivious to the fact that an offense was committed. This action is defined as an offense in the PFM. It is defined as an offense. So we must deal with that first before we go to the next limb of how the money is coming back from the assembly. Governor, what administrative action have you taken to avoid this kind of kienyeji transactions?
This matter has came to my notice during the audit, and I have planned to take administrative action after this session which we are having. So I decided to come here, listen, and then from there I'll make a decision.
So you want to use us?
No. But I just wanted to listen and hear the views of the committee on this matter.
Chair, also help me understand. I thought county executive and county assemblies have separate budgets. And in terms of financing this kind mortgage fund, is it financed from the county executive or from the county assembly budget? I thought it's financed from the county assembly budget. How come it was financed from the county executive? Or is it, I don't have anything to do that. I thought we'd have a county assembly budget, and one of the budget lines would be financing the current mortgage fund. Is it so?
Yeah.
Chair, just wanted to understand, how was this decision arrived? How did the county executive wake up and say, I'm transferring this money to the county assembly current mortgage fund? Did he act unilaterally, or he acted in consultation, or did he even seek advice from your county attorney? How was that decision made?
Yes, Governor.
I think I have my chief officer here who did. I think he should answer because he's here.
He's the one who did it?
No. Thank you, Chair. This was done in 2021-2022, Chair. And let me come on record, I came into office in December 2022. So let me be clear on that.
You are an impartial person. You'll help us get a solution.
So ordinarily, Chair, for that action to have been done, it requires definitely an approval of the county executive. And that's why I came on record earlier on to say, in the present circumstance, we may not be privy to what led to initial disbursement of these funds. But ordinarily, it requires approval from the county executive. And it starts with a requisition from the assembly.
So if deposits and retentions are at a deficit of 35 million, how were you paying the contractors when their payments were due? Because as you defined it, this is money for service providers. As in that caused another problem in another sector.
What I would say, Chair, it caused a deficit on the deposit account because we continue receiving deposits every time we pay contractors. But now we agree there's a deficit of 9 million that needs to be pursued and recovered back to the deposit account.
So I think we are all agreed that this was illegal, and we must pronounce ourselves on that illegality of the unauthorized or unapproved transfers, because if you are to put it in a language that the public understands, it's like you are stealing money from contractors and taking it to the members of county assembly. And that would be very sad if the members of county assembly, who are supposed to represent the contractors, the suppliers, would be eager to take money from them for their own private purpose. I wish this money was coming to do something big, like something capital within the county assembly. Improvement of automation systems, Hansard, building another chamber. But we're taking money from MCA, from contractors and giving it to themselves as car loans and mortgages. I mean, it's untidy. Untidy is being kind, but it is theft. Theft is what it is. So this has to be cured. The people who made the decision must be held to account. Now, tell us how you are getting this money back in mitigation. How do you intend to get it back?
Chair, in our engagement with the county assembly, they agree that indeed they owe this money to the county executive retention account, and they had committed to budget for this money refund for the year 2024.
Chair,
yes,
for order, because when you're saying you are engaging the county assembly, there should be some correspondences.
Yeah.
Otherwise, anything else would just be stories you're giving us. Point us to those correspondences, please.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to take you to Appendix 4, where there is a letter written by the CCM in charge of finance, giving a breakdown of how the money was sent out and what has been refunded so far. And there's also a response from the county assembly acknowledging that indeed they owe us that money and they plan to budget for it in 2025-2026. So, Chair, what we are submitting is we hope in the second supplementary, which you hope to be working on in March, they should be able to budget for these funds and refund back to the retention account. Chair.
Chair.
Senator Chiraki.
I think, Governor, you are serving your second term and final.
Yes.
So I thought when all this was happening, you were fully aware, and I want to dissuade my friend from pursuing the line that since he came 2022, he knows nothing, because government is an institution. Whether Otsosi will be the governor or not, he will carry the liability and the functionality of government. So my question to you, Governor, after noting all these errors, what administrative action have you taken? Because either some of them are still serving within your government, or what administration action did you take now and then, and what have you taken against concerned officers that put you into this mess as you pursue the county assembly through the budget? And then finally, through the chair, what gives you comfort knowing that the county assembly have the last word on budget? If wakiamua kukuruka, Yesu Kipetero, what will happen? And they can say their budget, the fiscal and the budget space is too small. So what other strategies apart from correspondence? So that one on the assurity of the county assembly, and you know how our county assemblies operate, and then on the issue of administrative action, I yield back, Chair.
Governor?
Chair, I plan to engage the Speaker and the Clerk on this matter so that when we do the second supplementary, they consider that as a priority. As regards to administrative action, yes, this matter, as I indicated earlier, I'll be taking administrative action against those officers that were involved in this matter.
Now,
Being directed by the Senate.
Auditor General, you are saying 9 million is what is outstanding.
Yes, Chair.
But this 9 million includes 5 million advanced as a borrowing to Speaker's housewarming.
Yeah, please point us to where you're reading.
Appendix 4, the one that you are asking for. After the letter, you've got a schedule of funds borrowed and returned by the Vihiga County Assembly. And the first borrowing is a 38 million, which I believe is what you're referring to.
Yes, Chair.
But there have been subsequent borrowings because the Assembly has been paying back, borrowing and paying back. The last borrowing was on 15th December 2023, 5 million borrowing to finance the Speaker's housewarming. 5 million. Which has not been repaid. This is your document. This is your schedule. The last entry on this table. Yeah.
Yeah, 5 million have seen it borrowing to finance
Speaker's
housewarming. 5 million.
Governor, I thought that this was an isolated thing that happened once. But now you are also lending for housewarming on 15th of December, when Parliament assemblies have gone on recess, which 5 million. Those are 3 ECD classrooms, and it has not been returned.
Which one is this?
I thought even if we were to borrow, you'd probably borrow to finance a public participation exercise.
Right.
I mean, it's not legal, but even if you're to borrow to for the MCS to go on report writing, to approve a bill, to approve a policy, but not on housewarming. This is your record down here.
And Chair, is this the same county where the speaker is arrogant? Is it speaker where we sanction him? Speaker Omulele?
No, we won't even go there.
Yes.
But I'm just concerned about this. Was this also from deposits and retentions to finance housewarming of a speaker?
Was it under the current CCM?
Yeah, this happened in 2023. I think the CC was in office.
He came in 2022. Can he now tell us?
Okay.
And now special is this house of the speaker that you have to warm it with 5 million?
What is this?
Or is there winter in Vihiga?
Can you explain?
I thought Vihiga is warmer, Senator Otsotsi, Chair.
Are we giving?
Or he was using other warmers.
Are we
that
giving too much money to county governments?
Yeah.
Until they warm.
I think, Chair, somebody must pay this money. And you know, even this commitment by the clerk, Peris Odari, that we commit to budget the amounts in the budget for the financial year 25-26. If that commitment was there in the budget, is it in the budget of 25-26, or they have to do it in the supplementary budget? Because if the commitment was solid, then in that budget, we should be having that 9 million already budgeted for. But from my listening to the governor, you are saying that you would still negotiate with the county assembly to have it in the supplementary budget. One.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to clarify that what is still pending from the County Assembly to Executive is the 9 million arising from the initial 44 million that was transmitted to Assembly, where they refunded 35 million, leaving 9 million outstanding. The 5 million you are referring to, Chair, 5 million you are referring to.
Just for order, Chair. You know, I'm referring to the letter dated 17th March 2025. That is on page 83. County Treasury outstanding amounts 9 million. That is what I'm referring to. Are you there? Yes. Peris Odari is saying, we acknowledge the existence of the amounts, that is 9 million, and commit to budget the amounts in the budget for financial year 25-26. Are we together? Now I'm saying that commitment is not solid, it's not real. Because then in the budget for financial year 25-26, it should have been there. But my listening, because I've not looked at the budget, my listening to the governor, you are saying that you have to negotiate. So that in the next supplementary budget, this man would be budgeted for. So
that's correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, we will negotiate in the coming supplementary so that they can put in that money.
But Governor, you need to be concerned that this is systemic. It is not a one-off. And it must be brought to an end because it is an illegality.
And for the record, I don't know whether I should trust what you are telling us.
I'm still going on,
The
Chair.
letter from your government, Vihiga County government, is demanding payment of how much? 19 million, okay? And it says the 19 million is made up of the 14 million, okay? And the 5 million for housewarming. So when you tell us that the only outstanding amount is 9 million, it doesn't agree with the correspondence. And then in reply, the response of 17th of March is saying that we acknowledge the existence of the amount Or there is another correspondence other than the one you have annexed to us?
Chair, this letter was written on 3rd January 2024.
Is there
And
another one?
this is a matter we have been pursuing and we continue to pursue to date. And when we wrote this letter, that was the figure then. But the Assembly has continued to make good this outstanding amount. And after the reconciliation, by the time of the audit, the figure outstanding was 9 million. The other 5 million that the chair had brought about related to an official function in terms of launching of the Speaker's House, which was official function, and that money was refunded. We can provide the evidence of refund with respect to the same.
Before the refund, can you run us through the process? The process of sending 5 million to the Speaker for his house warming. What's the decision process? You sat down in cabinet, a paper is presented, the Speaker is warming his house, he needs 5 million to do so, we send it to him. Give us a flow. Or is it the CEO or CC just deciding, let's send 5 million to the Assembly?
Ordinarily, Chair, it is initiated by a request from the Assembly, that is the clerk and the Speaker.
Are we able to get evidence of that?
Yes, we should be able to provide.
Does it exist or it is going to be created?
It exists, Chair, not be created, it exists.
Fine, after the request?
In that case, the request is made to the CCM in charge of finance and economic planning.
Correct.
Who ideally seeks the approval of the county executive, and if they're in agreement, we now disburse the funds. For that activity, ordinarily, Chair, for it to happen, the Assembly draws from the same revenue fund with the executive.
No, just a minute. Let's go slowly. There are 5 transfers here, 38 million, 6 million, 15 million, 2 million, and 5 million, all cumulative 66 million. Are you able to demonstrate that the law was followed in all these transfers, or they fall in the same WhatsApp group as the one that we've prosecuted from deposits and retentions?
Chair,
if I was to send the Auditor General or EACC to look for the paper trail to support the 66 million and to confirm that it was lawful and prudent, will there be evidence?
Chair, some of them are related, like the 38 is related to the 6. Remember, the OAG said total figure was 44 million.
No, they can't be related. They are different dates. They are different transfers.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different transfers, 66 million. And that's why I'm saying it's systemic. It's not just something that happened once. But if it's happening every other time, we would be happy to see whether you have put in place a process to ensure that it is not abused. Does that evidence exist?
In the current status, Chair, that is the system we've put in place
For the
it to be
6,
done.
for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for the ones that you have attached here, remembering that this is your document, are we able to support through documentation that already exists, not the one that is going to be created, how these transfers and how the decisions were made?
Yes, Chair, I may not guarantee for all of them, but I'm assuring the Senate that in the current situation...
So you're talking of going forward. So we need to deal with this because this is an offense. You agree that we need to prescribe because we have done enough tests and diagnosis. Now it is time for prescription.
I agree, Chair.
Honorable members, what is prescription?
In addition, the governor did not answer the basis and the justification, because you asked a question, are we giving them too much money until they decide to give us warming? So I need, in anything, Chair, and to the governor, is there must be proper justification, even if it is legal, even if it is an official function. But the point is, give 5 million for the Speaker's House warming, which the CCM has said that it is an official function. Is there a threshold on how public money should be used? And I think that should be the question. If today there is no drugs in where we were, what is the name of that place? Near Nyangori. And the Speaker wants to do housewarming. Do you buy drugs? Nyangori Center? Or You give the speaker 5 million for housewarming days before Christmas. And if the speaker wanted to see when Jesus was born in our hearts, you no longer need to celebrate. So the question is, where is the justification of releasing 5 million? And I've been listening to this. He has not given us a train of the justification of 5 million to the speaker's housewarming. If they can give us then the justification, Governor, sorry, Chair, for that. If the people of Vihiga today listen, that the speaker was given 5 million for housewarming, even if it is an official function, do you think, out of humanity, do you think they will agree with what happened? Do you think it is fair? Do you think it is justifiable? Do you think it is moral? So, Chair, I think on this one, we must pronounce themselves, and in my own opinion, it should be directed that they should refund this money. People who used on service and everything, this money must be refunded. This 5 million. It is not justifiable spending.
Are you not worried that under the circumstances, even oversight will be blood? How does the Assembly oversight and ask questions when you're the ones who financed their last party?
I don't know the documentation here, but what I know is that the function that took place at the Speaker's place was the official.
Point of order, Chair. The governor is a former member of parliament. When he took an oath, he owned this documentation. So when he say, I don't know which documentation do you have, you know, Governor, somebody might think I'm manufacturing. Can you own first the document? This is what you submitted.
Yes.
Then you are a man of letters. Can you choose carefully your words?
I apologize for that because what I know is that the money that was given was for the official opening of the Speaker's house. That's what I know, but the writing here,
Governor, the narration here.
The narration here.
The narration is borrowing to finance Speaker's house warming. That is a narration in your documents. And Governor, you are a long-serving member of Parliament, and you have a fairly good record in public service. The reason why I keep asking, what is a process? What is a procedure? Where are the decisions made? Perhaps people are bypassing you and doing these things. But at the end of the day, you are the one who ends up looking like a clown for sending money to the Assembly for housewarming. So please go back. Before we prescribe the stiffest sanctions, you must also go back and take administrative action. Because it makes you look bad. When it is reported that you're taking money from contractors, first of all, to go to car loans and mortgages for members. That might not be too alarming, but you are still taking money from contractors, deposits and retentions, and giving the Assembly to throw parties. A housewarming for the Speaker's residence. 5 million Kenya shillings for housewarming. It is unacceptable. Unless we have gotten to the point where you have drugs in hospitals, then at that point we'll stop believing Senator Sotsi. Because sometimes he tells us that there are problems in markets, there are problems in hospitals, there are problems with water. I think Senator Sotsi is giving us the wrong account. Because Vihiga has enough money to spend 5 million in housewarming. So it makes the governor look very bad. In fact, it makes even Senator Sotsi, even the members of County Assembly, look very bad. And I think we have some very good members of County Assembly. In fact, I thought that the Public Accounts Committee of the County Assembly would be here because we've interacted with them in the past. They've done a fairly good job. So these small things might make you look like you don't know what you're doing. Go back and take stern action. Stop this thing. It makes you look bad. We passed a law for financial autonomy of county assemblies. Please stick to it. And let's give hope to the country, because of all the important things you have said today, unfortunately, this might be the one that finds itself in Luanda Market. About the 5 million
Chair,
for housewarming.
and for your information, anasema Mugala muwe na haki mpe, Senator Otsosi was in the forefront alongside Taita Taveta, Elgeyo Marakwet, Isiolo, Vihiga, Tarakaniti, which when you are doing division of revenue and the fourth basis of the formula, they really begged us, literally one by one, until Vihiga was given almost additional of 400 million. Yet now, in fact, if this information had come to me before that there was 5 million for housewarming of a speaker's residence, I would have refused to add 400 million to Vihiga. So, Governor, it cannot be that your senator is pushing us, telling us there are problems, Then when it comes to our attention that there was some 5 million that was spent on the housewarming of a speaker's residence, it's very unfortunate.
And to add to that, Chair, maybe also for the assemblies, we are giving them too much money. Maybe the 11%, 13%, 14%, and Akara is too much. Maybe we need to go by the 7%. Because if you can have a budget line of 5 million to own one house belonging to the speaker, this is too much. Maybe even the assemblies are also getting too much money.
Senator Osoti.
Thank you, Chair. I want to agree with the committee that I think this money must be refunded back to the county executive. But my concern is on the commitment by the county assembly to pay this money. Because if I look at the letter that was done on the 17th of March, this letter is not signed by the substantive clerk. It's signed by someone called Peris Odari. So maybe on that note, the executive should tell us, is there any commitment based on this letter to repay this money to the county executive? Why didn't the substantive clerk be the one to write this letter to the county executive? Who is this Peris Odari? Is he the deputy clerk or who is he?
Yes,
Because,
she is the deputy clerk.
You don't have substantive clerk?
There is a substantive clerk. Such a letter should be done by the substantive clerk because he is the chief accounting officer of the county assembly.
So I know this could be murky waters for you as a senator, because for both the assembly and the executive, you are their representative at the apex. So we'll also look at the financials of the county assembly. We shall deal with Odari or the clerk at that level. But at this point, there can only be two things we prescribe. One is action be taken on the illegality of transferring money from ring-fenced funds without the necessary authority. That is an offense in the Act. Number two, the accounting officer must recover the funds. The Auditor General had read to us some provision in the regulations that places that responsibility on the accounting officer. So we will not be running after Paris. We are running after the accounting officer. We'll run after Paris when we are looking at the books of the county assembly. But as we are looking at the books of the executive, that responsibility, that duty lies with the accounting officer. OIG, Patrick, you had read that provision.
Yes, we refer to it, but maybe I can look for it and read again the exact provision of the law.
But, Governor, make sure this stops. This sends the wrong message, and I wish your Secretary General was here, even though your deputy party leader is here. This should not be what ODM counties are known for. I'm not sitting here as an ODM member, I'm sitting as a chair, but I see your senator is here. Please change this narrative, do the right thing, stop this bleeding of public resources. For 5 million. Governor, you have the mic?
Yes, I think I appreciate your advice and I'll take action.
Fine, members.
Chair, on a lighter touch, I want to, food is a serious matter in that region. I wanted to know whether the area senator was invited, because maybe he can also be a witness. Maybe he can tell us whether he was invited or not. He's also the deputy party leader of ODM. Was he there? so that we are aware whether whether this event happened. Maybe we are discussing.
I was trying to protect him. I didn't want him to say too much about this. Were you part of the party?
No, Chair, I was indeed invited, but I did not attend because you are aware that that same house has audit queries with this committee as well.
Yeah, so I think this one allow us to be the ones to squeeze the boil, because definitely there's a boil there that needs to be squeezed. Now, so you're giving 5 million for a housewarming, but you've got 1.7 billion as pending bills. That's the next audit issue, long outstanding trade payables. 1.71 billion.
Yes, paragraph 5, long outstanding trade payables. The statement of financial position, and as disclosed in note 16 to the financial statements, reflects a balance of 1,710,935,139 in respect of trade and other payables. The balance includes trade payables of Kenya shillings 1,480,433,982, comprising of Kenya shillings 973,405,663 or 65% for the previous financial years, and Kenya shillings 507,028,283 or 35% of the current year. However, the county executive risks incurring additional losses in form of interest and penalties arising from continued delay in settlement of the payables. In addition, failure to settle debts during the year in which they relate distorts the financial statements and adversely affects the budgetary provisions for the subsequent year as they form a first charge. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of long outstanding payables balance of 1,701,935,139 as at 30th June 2025 could not be confirmed.
Governor?
Chair, allow me to request the Chief Officer Finance to give the response.
Thank you, Chair. The management acknowledges the auditor's observation on the above subject matter and responds as follows. At the time of preparation of the financial statements for the year under review, County Pending Bills Committee had a draft pending bills report of Kenya shillings 1,480,935,109 as captured in the financial statements. This was later verified, and Kenya shillings 1,058,675,821 determined as the correct trade payable as of 30th June 2025. This will be adjusted accordingly in the subsequent period. The County Executive of Vihiga is committed to settle these accrued payables in 2 financial years, that is by end of financial year 2026-2027. In the financial year 2025-2026, management has provided for Kenya shillings 589,477,169 in the approved supplementary budget towards settlement of pending bills. We submit, Chair.
Your numbers are not tying at all. The Auditor General is talking of 1.7, you're talking of 1.4, 1.0, and under accrual reporting, your liabilities form part of your balance sheet, and by the time you disclose it, it is taken that is what you owe. So, are you disowning your financial statements, particularly your statement of financial position as at 30th of June 2025?
Chair, what happened is we had delays in the release of the exchequers for the months of May and June 2025. And the National Treasury gave a window whereby we were allowed to make payments up to 14th of July. Meaning by the time, an important point to note also, Chair, being the first year of reporting under accrual accounting, OAG requested that as opposed to the PFM provisions of submitting audit accounts by 30th September, this time round we submit by 30th August, which was 1 month earlier. So
CP Atemba.
Yes, Chair.
This is your statement of financial position signed by yourself and Chief Officer Planning Budget M&E. Under trade and other payables, you have reported 1.7 billion. In your response here, You have given us two different figures, completely different from what is in the balance sheet. So tell us what number you want us to deal with.
Chair, I submit that we go with 1,058,675 because this is what is verified by the internal pending bills committee, because the departments had not fully submitted their returns with respect to outstanding pending bills.
So therefore, your financial statements do not present a true and fair picture of the entity.
That's why, Chair, we are saying.
No. Let's. You don't have to over-explain. I want to establish a fact, then we get guidance from the Auditor General.
To that extent, Chair, we agree. And that's why we say we intend to do prior year adjustments for this financial year 2025-2026.
Auditor General.
The 1.7 billion is what is reflected in the financial statements, and it comprises of third-party payments retention of 131,382,210 and employee payables of 99,118,948, leaving trade payables at 1,480,433,982 as the balance. So the figure 1,058,675,821 had not been brought to our attention.
It's a figure that is strange to you.
Yes.
So, Governor, you don't know how much you owe people, because this is the amount of money you owe people. Your officers reported 1.7 billion. Today, they are convincing us that it needs to change to 1.05 billion. That's almost 600 million. So what happened? Did you pay them during that period, or you wrote them off? Because I believe as CEO, you must know how much you owe in entirety.
That's correct. Chair, as he was explaining, we were able to pay more of the debts beyond 30th because there was a window that was opened by Treasury for 14 days in which payments were effected, the way he was explaining. So that is how the figures were reduced to this level of 1,058 million.
So you're saying your total pending bill is now 1,058 million?
Yes, as
from
of
the 1.7 billion.
Yeah, as of 30th June 2025.
So what happened to the staff payables of 99 million? Have they also been written off?
Let the Chief Officer explain.
Honorable Chair, with your permission, the 1,058,675,881 is a clarification specifically with respect to the pending bills. The other facts remain the same with respect to retentions and other payables as outlined. But with respect to pending bills, we are correcting that the correct figure should have been 1,058 million.
Senator Chair, this management response is indicating that at the time of preparation of financial statements of the year under review, County Pending Bills Committee had a draft pending bills report of 1.48 billion. Point me to that report, even as we answer the other questions. You've referred to a report here to assist you to answer to this query. Point me to that report.
I think that's a fair question.
Chair, that was shared with OAG then. That's why
but OAG is saying that figure is strange to them.
No, the first one. What the Honorable Senator is asking is the first one. 1,480,935,139. That one, OAG admits that was
Chair, you have indicated that in the financial statements, the pending bills are 1.7 billion. But you are saying they reduced because of two things. Because of a report of a task force, and because we are given a window by Treasury to pay up to, I think, 15th July.
Correct.
So, in answering this query, should give us two things. Report of the task force, and number two, what you paid in that window. Then you balance them out. Yes.
And strangely, this is one of the responses where you have not put in appendices. The only appendix is a supplementary budget. You've not put in any schedule to confirm what Senator Maruma is asking.
Thank you, Chair. I can give clarification on that. Those reports are available, and in our engagement with OAG before we came here, they said we cannot table them here because they have to verify them when they come back for audit.
So what we must agree on the way forward. The reason you come here is for us to consider this report and take a resolution to the House. You have not provided evidence to convince us as Senate that that figure has dropped from the 1.48 billion to 1.058 billion. What do you expect us to do? We are supposed to go and tell the House. We are either telling the House that Vihiga knows how much it owes its debtors, or Vihiga has no idea what it owes. The numbers keep changing every day.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the report of 1,058,675,821, this report is available and owned by the committee. And if the Senate gives us time...
Where is it?
We have it
available and owned by the committee?
The committee. We have a committee.
Which committee?
We have an internal committee dedicated...
Those are yours.
Correct.
We're talking about the Senate as an institution.
Correct. So this report is the report is available, and you are able to share with the committee if directed to do so, Chair.
CPA Tunga, advisors, these members of your profession, they have just said that the balance sheet that is presented here is inaccurate. They have given all sorts of reasons, and they have proposed to make adjustments in subsequent periods. But this is a critical, this is a very, very important subject, because it is money owed to people who supplied goods and services, that it cannot be changing. Remember in the morning when we were talking to Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, we agreed that once it's locked in the balance sheet, then it shouldn't change. What's your professional advice?
Thank you, Chair and members. Looking at the audit query in hand, the response has not addressed the audit query. So it's just imperative that the audit query, that the figure they are talking about should be addressed in totality so that we get a reconciliation of the same. They are the same professionals, so they are our members, and I can confirm they are in good standing. So the question should be, if at all you did some payment within that 2 weeks window period that you are given, ordinarily you should just avail the same list to the auditors, and then they will be able to give you a clean bill, because the auditors have confirmed that the issue is not addressed. So if it's not addressed, whatever they have has to be given to the auditors to confirm the same. And from the professional perspective, then it does not portray a good picture to us as your regulator.
We hand them over to you when the disciplinary committee.
I think so. I think so. And you know, Chair,
Senator Marumu?
Yeah, Auditor General, who is supposed to do auditing of these pending bills? I thought it was supposed to be the Office of the Auditor General. That is number one. And number two, I'm not an auditor, but this should be a fairly easy question to answer. If the financial statements show that the pending bills are 1.71 billion, and you are saying you want to bring them down to 1.058 billion, then you can show a report that shows the eligible pending bills are these, the ineligible pending bills are these, and so you subtract from 1.7 billion, and then give us the list of what you paid, the payments made in the 15 days from 1st July to 15th July, what you paid, and then you add. That is not even in accounting, that is just arithmetics of class 4 or grade 4, grade 5. So I think, I'm not very sure, Chair, if the audit of the pending bill is supposed to be done by a task force, by the county government. I thought it's supposed to be by OAG, but I can be corrected.
Order, Senator Gatai. You know, I'd assume that you are with us from the very first meeting. Please go on record. Please go on record.
My name is Senator Mwenda Gasaya Mufai, Tharaka County and member of this committee. Chair, sorry for coming late. You know, I was engaged with some very serious national issues. We are trying to bring odium to the system. We want to form.
Please take note that Senator Osotsi is sitting here and is a deputy party leader of ODM. So, maneno ya ODM tuachie Osotsi.
No, we have ratified the solution as a national governing council.
Karibu. Lakini ile shida tunayo, Governor, and the accountants can explain it in many ways. You cannot not know with certainty what you owe. It should not change because this audit was signed off in December. Between December and today, the 26th of January, it should not have changed by 600 million or Chief Officer, it has changed by how much? How many millions? Hundreds of millions. Sorry?
It's about 400 million.
400 million. And in your view, is it because you paid that 400? Or you dismissed some?
As I said, Chair, the main difference is coming in because of the window that was given by National Treasury between 1st and 15th July. And ordinarily, after payments, these files normally go back to departments to reconcile their pending bills before now they hand over to this task force committee. Then also, Chair, let me also clarify, the 1.7 that the Senate is discussing is not pending bills in total, just as OAG shared. Part of it is retention amount. But we are zeroing into 1,058,000,000 because now that is the pending bills. But that doesn't mean we have done away with the retention. The retention figure of 131 still remains as stated in the financial
statements. And the staff payables of 99 million, that did not change with that window that was opened.
Yes, come again, please.
There's a 99 million as staff payables.
Yes.
And I'm assuming those are statutory deductions, pensions, all those things.
Yes.
There's a 99 million here. That did not move.
That did not change because some of them are historical, Chair, where you find Lab Fund or these other organizations claim counties, not only Vihiga, or the money which is still in contention from our end. Because sometimes you find they are lumping their interests that we are not in agreement with. So those ones did not change. What only changed are pending bills that were paid during those 2 weeks window.
Now, OAG, what do you advise us to do here? Because this gentleman has changed his numbers. So we are arguing, we are discussing from a very flimsy foundation.
Chair, I want to raise an issue. The money paid from Treasury came, excuse me, came before the preparation of the statements. I am wondering why they did not adjust the balances because they paid up to 14th July. The statements were made by 30th August. What happened in between the two, the 1 month?
So that's a valid question. What's your response?
Chair, as I explained, after payment, there is verification. And that verification process is what took a bit of time. And ordinarily, by the time the verification exercise was complete, we had already gotten into now almost the audit period, almost through with the audit period. And that is why the numbers are changing almost after the audit.
Really, as an accountant, CPA Tunga, is it acceptable for a client to come before Parliament and justify why numbers are changing drastically? And I thought this was the reason why we're moving from cash to accrual, the reason why we are progressing in terms of standards. We must agree on what we must accept and what we cannot accept.
Chair, maybe this one will go maybe to the county government executive, the governor, because clearly, as my colleagues, even the colleagues will confirm, it is that where you cannot make a payment and you verify later on. So if you tell the committee that you are it was a verification, if you already made a payment, then you are supposed to account for the same. It should appear in the books of accounts by 30th August, so that it will not have been an issue for the auditors. So maybe there is an aspect of missing gaps in understanding of the, not necessarily the new approach, but just what is expected of them as professionals. Thank you.
I think in the morning with the Accounting Standards Board, we agreed that they must cause counties to attach that annexure that details all the outstanding payables. It used to be there previously, as some Annex 2, but now it is not here. So we have no visibility. We can't tell on that schedule, even if it's aged, we cannot, I think it's just above over 3 years. It's aging from under 1 year, 1 to 2 years, 2 to 3 years, and over 3 years. That over 3 years, you find sometimes you've got debt that is 10 years old. So we agreed with the board that they're going to send a circular to counties to provide that disclosure. Because now you can see, honorable members, that the clever people in counties will run rings around us. If there is no detailed schedule, it's going to be an issue of argument between professionals. This gentleman is a CPA, ISPAC is here, who is the certifying body, and they don't seem to speak the same language, simply because the details are not with us. So we had agreed with this, with the board in the morning. I think we foresaw this confusion, that counties must disclose the full schedule of whatever is still pending. So, Senator Osotsi, do you now have a good idea, feeling, on how much your county owes suppliers? Are you able to pick a number and say with authority that from this exercise, it is 1.7 or 1.05 or it is 1.4?
Chair, okay. One, I must say that the figure of pending bills must not be shifting. We must be very clear on what is the total pending bills at any given time. But also, on another note, Chair, I have seen a schedule. This is Appendix 5, which gives a breakdown for the pending bills in the supplementary budget, coming to 589 million, which is going to be paid this year, and hopefully next financial year, which is 2026-2027, hopefully they clear the balance that will be remaining. That is subject to determination of the correct position of pending bills. My concern is this 589. I wish I had the benefit to look at the entire supplementary budget. Recently, when we pushed for more money, I think 5 of us here, we said that money should be ring-fenced for critical areas like health, water, and other critical areas. But it seems that part of that money is being used to pay pending bills, which now defeats the purpose of why Senate fought so hard to give more money to the small counties. So maybe the county executive should clarify to us that out of the additional 400 million that we gave to Vihiga specifically, how much of that money has gone into pending bills? Because I would expect that that money should have been ring-fenced for key sectors and not in paying pending bills. Because we are going to pay 400 million to Vihiga County for the next 5 years, extra money. So if all that money will go into pending bills, then it defeats the purpose of Senate having given affirmative action to the small counties, at least to give them leeway for development. So I just want to know how much of this 589 is from the 400 million.
Governor, are you aware of that conversation that we had in the Senate that led to your county getting more money?
Yes, I'm aware. And what I want to say is that, yes, with the time we can be able to provide the information the Honorable Senator is asking. And also, I would like to observe that even the pending bills we are paying with this money, quite a number of those pending bills are in health, where new health centers or health facilities have been built but had not been paid. Equally, we have built many ECD classrooms which had not been paid for. So as much as we are paying to pending bills, but they are achieving the same goal that was approved by the Senate when this money was given.
Senator, how did we bring the conversation down to the county? Because, you know, when we passed the resolution, we said that now the counties should ring fence. But was there a follow-up or implementation mechanism to compel the county to do the ring fencing? Because they would argue that budgeting is done at the county assembly.
We are a bit handicapped there because, you know, budgeting is done by county assembly in consultation with the county executive. But the submission by members was that for the small counties which are not able to enjoy development because of their low budget, that money being ring-fenced for at least doing development projects so that they are visible on the ground. For example, you remember Senator Khalwale raising the issue about the small road from Eregi to Chavakali, which Kakamega County has done its bit, just a small section remaining. And because of that example that Khalwale gave, we were very sympathetic to small counties. And we said we need to give them more money, additional money, at least to do something. But it looks like, I don't know what is happening in Tarakaniti and Taita Taveta. Looks like that money now is being diverted to other things like paying pending bills, which now defeats the thinking of the Senate.
Actually, let me just show you where the money is going on this report.
Yes.
So that we move to the next matter. But first of all, Senator Marum.
Yeah, before you go there, because I'm one of the beneficiaries, my county is one of the beneficiaries, we did indicate during our discussion that the senator and the governor, or the governor out of good faith, can invite the senator to a sitting and decide on the nature of the project, a life-changing project that can be undertaken in the county, because there has been lack of maybe big projects as a result of the small allocations. I don't know if it has happened in Vihiga, but in Taita Taveta, it has not happened.
So we should have put in an implementation mechanism for that, because for Vihiga to get more, I think that those were arguing that for Vihiga to get more, it means Homa Bay is getting less. But we were sympathetic, we all supported it. But I want to demonstrate where the money is going to. Let's go to non-compliance with the law on fiscal responsibility. I think for us just to move forward, we will come back on pending bills. I think there are serious doubts, and we are asking the OAG to sit with the county to verify the numbers that they intend to amend in their balance sheet, do that verification so that at our next implementation follow-up, you can advise us whether they are doing the right thing and whether they have proper clarity on pending bills. Secondly, there was the resolution that the House passed on settlement of pending bills. We shall also make that recommendation, that you go as per that recommendation. But now, on fiscal responsibility, you are spending 52% on total receipts on salaries. And Osotsi and the Senate brought you 400 million more. Is it also going to salaries? Or it's going to do something that is transformational? I think on this one of fiscal responsibility, Governor, this is a conversation you can just tell us, what are you doing about this? The law requires you to be at 35%, but you're at 52% of total receipts. What are the conversations in Vihiga on reducing this to what the law requires?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's true that our wage bill is high, but there is reasons why this has gone to that level. And I would like to have the Director of Human Resources to give some of the actions we are taking to bring this wage bill down.
Yeah, please. Your written response is 2 pages long, with almost 10 appendices. So I think we can say we take note of the written response so that your officer can just highlight the key initiatives that can allow us to move faster.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think there are a few measures that are key in relooking at the whole issue of spiraling wage bill. One of the issues the County Executive Committee has done, it has put a freeze on employment because the County Executive Committee has directed that we need to look at the skills and competencies within the county vis-a-vis the core mandate of the various departments, so that we can now come up with a rationalized way of staffing to know where do we have the excesses, where do we have the core skills and all that. Secondly, the county also, initially we had an organizational structure that was not really functional based, so it has revised the organizational structure and also revised the staff establishment so that there is more focus on the core areas that align with the mandates of county governments. And then thirdly, previously we've been having issues with the basis for decision making on human resource management, and we have invested heavily in the digitization of human resource records so that we have real-time data to inform human resource decisions. We have also, the County Executive Committee has also resolved to prioritize filling vacancies from within. We give the first opportunity to serving staff for readjustment in their position through internal advertisement, so that it also helps us curb the issue of wage bill. And overall, there is a County Public Service Board Act which was enacted, which has also mainstreaming key issues to control on staff matters, including putting clear measures that the board should observe when they're handling staff issues, so that we can align the intentions of devolution to issues of staffing in the county. Thank you.
So you have started your written response by disputing the percentage presented by the Auditor General. Could you indicate why you don't agree with the OAG?
Yes, the percentage initially it had been indicated as 52, but upon the relooking at the figures, our accounts confirmed that the figure that was forming the denominator for the computation of the staff percentage of the wage bill was not correct. That's why it's restated as indicated.
OAG, you used the wrong base for computing wage bill?
No, because the figure on employee costs is 2.7 billion against the total receipts. Total receipts in cash, which exceeds the set limit.
So this is something that two accountants, even if they went to different schools, should not disagree on. What should be the denominator? Where is 5.75 coming from? What's the source of the 5.75? And here, statement of financial performance for the year ended 30th June. Total revenue is 5.29. In this financial statement signed by Keverenge and James Atemba.
Chair, the amended financial statement that we submitted to the OAG had receipts of 5.7 as indicated in the cash flows and budget and actual comparison statements.
So are we looking at the wrong financial statement? Because if you earlier on disowned your balance sheet, now you are disowning your statement of financial performance. If we cannot go by those two, then we have nothing to discuss. Where is 5.7 in the financial statements attached to the OAG's report? OAG, you can help us. Because I'm seeing 5.2 here, but that gentleman says that they gave you revised financials, putting revenue at 5.7.
Yes, Chair. If you look at the statement of financial performance for the year, total revenue received was 5,298,479,710.
Correct, that's what I have here.
If you take the figure employee cost, note 7 in the statement of financial performance is 2,790,128,784. So if you divide those two figures, the percentage is 52.66%.
So where is this other figure coming from? The one that they're introducing of 5.751 billion?
Chair.
Where is it in these financial statements?
Chair, if you can go to the query that follows the long-outstanding trade payable, that is budget, control, and performance, you will see the query well stated, the actual revenue at 5.7 billion.
Is that actual revenue or that's budgeted revenue?
Actual, 5.7 is actual and budgeted was 6.3 against actual of 5.7.
That is in the query?
In the query. And
in your financial statements, show me that column or that row with 5.7.
I think the...
No, it's not about thinking. It's just telling me go to page 1 or 2 or 3. Because I can see 5.298, I can see 2.790. The figures cannot reside in your head. They must be in the financial statement. Because you have opened your response by disputing the OAG's assessment. So I'm just giving you an opportunity to convince us that your version is the truth and not the OAG's.
Chair, if you look at the statement of comparison of budget and actual amounts, in reference to what he's saying, there is the opening balance, which is 452 million from the previous financial year. But apparently, the base year is the current year under review.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that we need to add the 452 to the to the receipts for the year?
No. This is money that there was no effort in that year in generation of that level.
Tunga, Ispak, you have certified these two gentlemen. So help us. How can two accountants have different interpretations of the same fact? Lawyers are allowed to, but not accountants.
Chairman, I'm also at a loss because you see, figures don't lie, and we should actually deal with the guidelines on how it's supposed to be done. So basically, either there is a little understanding of the audit queries and the answers are not satisfactory, because I've been following the discussion and there is that gap that, as you have rightly put to him, there are figures in the head and the figures are supposed to be in black and white for members to see. So there is a missing link somewhere in terms of professionalism. Maybe I'll pick it with my...
I think if it requires capacity building or CPDs and those things, because this now is looking untidy. The governor of Vihiga, I mean, you're a professional who is well respected, so you cannot have these kind of situations around you where figures cannot be explained. Because if you tell me that your revenue was 5.7, I will ask you to show me how you utilized it. It can't be a hypothetical figure. Senator Marum.
Yeah, I'm also at a loss, Chair, because in that page 6 of the certificate, under budgetary control and performance, the auditor also is making the same finding that the actual revenue was 5,751,275,738. So if that is the actual revenue, that should be the denominator against 2.790 billion. So why did you use the other denominator that you used of about 5.3 as you're indicating? Because if you made that finding, I don't know where you got that from, that the actual revenue is 5.75. That should be the denominator in which you compute the compliance with fiscal responsibility.
And it's not like it helps your case. Even if you shift the denominators, you are still on 48.5% and not 52%. So it does not help you. And I even wonder why you introduced that argument, because you know now it's making you look like you don't know what you're doing. Because it doesn't change. It does not reduce it to 35 in any case. But it's the first paragraph you have emphasized. You came fighting that, no, the Auditor General is not telling the truth, it's different. But we can't establish it. OAG.
When we are looking at that fiscal responsibility, we base it on statement of financial performance of the entity during the year under review. So if there were other balances that came from previous years, those was not as a result of performance of the entity. So you cannot say, you cannot tie the effectiveness of revenue collection against previous balances which were brought forward. So it cannot form the denominator of determining this percentage in terms of performance during the financial year.
Chief Officer, are you aligned, or you still think this is a matter that requires interpretation?
Chair, we agree with these observations, but what the Honorable Senator pointed out is what led, I think, to that confusion of shifting, because at one point, OAG is telling us our revenue is 5.7. But you see at the other point, it's 5 point, but we are in agreement with the position they have taken, that we should only base on where we've demonstrated effort to raise revenue for that particular year. So we are in agreement, Chair.
Yeah, you are trying to be clever, because for fiscal responsibility, you want to take a bigger figure. But then for other things like pending bills, you want to take a smaller figure to show how squeezed you are. Now, if we are not agreeing on numbers, how do we even proceed to prosecute this? Because the gentleman has raised several measures. The question would be, what would be the effect of those measures? Is it going to reduce your wage bill by 1%, 2%, 10%? Because you need to reduce it by, is that 40%? For it to come to 35. They are at 50. They need to come to 35. What percentage reduction is required to move from 50 to 35? Huh?
17%.
Say? 17%.
And maybe, Chair, even as we query that, Chief Officer, after that increment that we're talking about 400 million, I think Vihiga got about 600, 700 million increment. And if you've not added salaries, if you've not done new employment, how does the percentage now on fiscal responsibility sit? Have you tried to compute?
If you check our current budget, we're also expecting to receive some funding from the donor funds, which, like in the last financial year, close to 600 million that we expected to come, didn't come. And that also affected that base. So even as we do that, we can only hope that in the current financial year, all the envisaged funding that we expect from the donor funds will be able to be realized.
I'm not very sure, Chair, if we also use the donor funds to compute our revenues, because that then would be a moving target. We only use shareable revenue, and on-source revenue. Yeah, otherwise if you go to donor funding, the flocker and so on, it would really be moving and you can't compare years.
Senator Osotsi?
I wanted to raise a slightly different matter on that. I don't know whether you...
Yeah. Because I'm looking at the time, I want us to move much faster.
Yes, you see, Chair, looking at the recommendations that the officer is recommending to reduce the wage bill, to me they look more general policy issues with very little impact on the wage bill. For example, when you say development and enactment of Vihiga County Public Service Board Act, that's a general HR policy strategy and not direct impact on the wage bill. What I wanted to hear from the officer through the governor is, Chair, you are aware that the OAG conducted payroll audits. I think he did for Vihiga as well, for 2023-2024. And there were a raft of recommendations that OAG recommended. So I expected the officer to dwell more on the status of implementation of those recommendations, because we had issues like payroll irregularities, where money was paid to staff in excess of what they are supposed to be getting. So, you know, that fundamentally affects the wage bill level. So those are the specifics I expected him to tell this committee, that yes, we had a payroll audit for 2023-2024. These were the recommendations, and this is what we are doing in terms of implementing the recommendation of OAG. He was silent on that, and I think that will fundamentally help in reducing the wage bill rates as it is now.
Yeah, in the last session, we had planned to invite several governors whose wage bill were above 50% to respond to that report by the OAG. Time ran out, but we must cause just a special meeting on that, because if 50% of your revenue is going to salaries, then you are as good as insolvent. The Parliamentary Budget Office has done some analysis.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, what the audit has done was just to pick the revenue they reported in the financial performance and divide the total employees' cost. So that's the revenue they have reported. The 5.2 billion is just a national transfer. So they have not reported in that revenue performance the OSR. So if you factor in that 5.2 billion to the OSR, which they have reported 398 million, then the wage bill becomes 49% from 52 to 49. So that the revenue they have reported there is just national transfers, exclusive of the OSR. So now what the audit has reported is 52%, but if you factor that component of OSR, then the wage bill percentage drops to 49%. Thank you. Still far above 35%. It does not solve the problem. So this matter, because time will not allow us to deal with it, we are going to schedule a meeting where we are going to look at the report of the Auditor General and the payroll audit that they did in the other financial year. So we keep this in view, but we must also agree on the standards, because PBO is now bringing another angle that on-source revenue should be brought in. You are arguing that prior year balances should have been brought in, and OAG is saying that only the effort of the year should be considered. I believe we need to have one basis for computation of this amount. And I think the next time also, Governor, when you come and do this long presentation, also give us an impact analysis. That once we do all these things, we expect that our wage bill will have reduced by 5-10%. Otherwise, it just and for you to move from 50 to 35%, then you must be at around 1.8 billion, not 2.7 billion. So it's not a 17% drop, it's a 33% drop.
you must reduce your expenditure by 33% on employees, or increase the revenue by almost a similar margin. Please don't keep that problem so that it can be inherited by the next governor. Fix it. Because I can see you are looking at your senator like he will fix it.
But also, Chair, this issue of this percentage, fiscal responsibility cannot be addressed fully without dealing with the denominator. And you can deal with the denominator and increase it by increasing the on-source revenue. In fact, what should have been included in this long narrative are ways in which you can increase our on-source revenue, including, but not limited to, updating of the valuation roll. The valuation roll that we're using now as Vihiga, when was it last updated? If we update it, how much are you expecting to collect? What about automation of revenue collection? How much are you collecting? And how much are you maybe expecting to collect after full automation? These are the things I thought I would see from here. And also, if you had inherited staff from the former local authorities and they are retiring, you can say we are electing not to replace them, because then they are supposed to be rendered redundant and so on, Chair.
Thank you. So I think those are just suggestions that can help enrich your response, but we'll have that meeting just on HR, because where you are, it does not look good. I want us to try and finish the other HR issues: staff ethnic diversity, recruitment plan, 1/3 basic salary rule. We will take your responses in writing and make our recommendations on the basis of your written responses. Non-adherence to climate change and financing requirements. Chair CPIC, I believe the Climate Change Fund reports come to your committee.
Yes, Chair.
So I believe some of these issues would be best addressed at that level.
Climate change and hospitals.
And hospitals.
Yeah.
So, Auditor General, do you think this will form part of your report on the Vihiga Climate Change Fund? These issues you have raised here on climate change and financing requirements?
Yes. Yes, but since the issue is more of in the county executive, although the fund is also under the county executive, I think the CPEC can handle it.
Because if this is expenditure from the fund, then it would be neater for Senator Ososi to deal with it at that level. If it's a line budget item, then we can deal with it.
Okay.
So advise us, is it a line budget item, or these are drawings from the climate change fund?
It was not more of the projects that were handled under the climate change. That 253 million is the one that brought up all these compliance issues that have been raised in Lawman number 1 to Lawman number 8.
Governor, this 253 million, is it your transfer to the fund, or this is another budget that is outside your county climate change fund?
The climate change, we have a climate change flock-up funding, which is separate from our normal regular budget.
So the question I'm asking is whether these eight issues raised by the Auditor General, they relate to FLOCA and the other activities that draw from the climate change fund.
Yes.
If Auditor General, you confirm that? Because if that is the assurance, then we can let the Public Investments Committee deal with this.
Yes, confirm. Okay,
fine. So this one, clerks, this one will be dealt with substantively by PIC. Hospital Plaza, Governor, is this the one we've been discussing over the years?
Yes.
It is incomplete despite 223 million already spent on the project. The finding there is fairly long, and I can see your response is also very detailed. You have a very, very detailed response there with 5 appendices. So let's start from the global. For 223 million, do you have a hospital plaza?
Yes, we do have, but it's not now operationalized. And allow me to ask the chief officer in charge of health to give you a general overview of where we are as of now.
Okay. And explain why it was not complete within a period of 3 years, considering that you started in 2021, it should have been completed by 2024. 223 million has been spent so far out of a total contract sum of 395 million. What is the problem? Or it is not a priority project?
Thank you, Chair. This is a priority to the county, and I want to confirm that the works are ongoing and they will be completed by May this year. The contractor applied for extension period, and he gave several reasons why he needed the time extended. And the team sat and approved, and we can confirm that great progress has been done so far. If you look at the photos, we are almost done. Thank you.
Photos are never a reliable method of measuring progress. I think there's usually a much more technical document beside photos. Is it certificate of works? Auditor General, when you're auditing, do you just look at photos and say that, this is good?
No, we check the certificate issued by the Public Works, certified certificate that have shown the percentages of the work done, what paid and what has not been paid.
So did you have a look at the Appendix 11A, application for extension by the contractor? Was that presented to you at the time of audit?
No.
It wasn't?
But subsequently it was provided, it was sent yesterday.
It was sent yesterday?
Yes.
That's new evidence, Governor. You cannot send something yesterday and come to convince us today about it. Why, if this thing was signed a long time ago, why wasn't it presented to the auditor? Or your guys were tidying up some loose ends?
I think I would like to have the chief officer to say, to react to that, because it should have been provided.
Yeah, why is this extension coming last night? It is dated 24th of February 2025. When was that? There is a Monday. And it is 26th. A contract was done on Saturday. Is it Monday today? Oh, that was 2025. 2025. We are in 2026. Fine. So if this was executed on 24th of February 2025, why did the auditor get it only last night? Let's start from there.
Chair, the file for the plaza is very huge, and the document was in the file, only that just an error of not locating it quickly.
In such a situation, wouldn't this be one of the most important documents, because it forms the basis for continued engagement with the contractor? Why would it be the last thing to find? That is not, with a lot of respect, officer. Please give us a better explanation. We are waiting.
Chair, we have that document in the file, but the file is very huge. And we kept perusing through the document, I think just not locating it in good time. And that's why we had to redo this one.
Who is a custodian of contracts in the county? Or maybe, let's see, who are the signatories here? Or maybe just take us through it so that we know that we know what we are dealing with. Application for extension of time, proposed construction of the Vihiga Referral Hospital. We, Cape Max Investment Limited, blah, blah, blah. Who's Catherine Nyachama?
Chair, Catherine Nyachamwe is the director for Cape Max Construction Limited, who is doing the plaza.
Who's Wesley Asubwa?
Chair, Wesley Asubwa is the chairman for the contract implementation team. He's the architecture.
Is he an employee of the county?
Yes, he is, Chair.
And so he could not remember where the documents he signed are. What is the problem with this contract? That it could not be given to the auditor? Not even 7 days in advance. Last night. And you see, that's why we are flying blind, because the auditor has not perhaps looked at it sufficiently, because you thought you'd come and convince us with photos. So, Governor, can you, I don't know whether you asked your officers this question, but could you offer us an explanation why this contract had to come last night, and yet this audit query required it?
I believed that the document was there. So,
but does she confirm that it was sent last night? Do you confirm it was sent last night?
Yes, I confirm.
So, you see, this is what you call a smoking gun. A contract that is withheld during audit, it is not provided. During follow-up, it is not provided. It is brought one day to a meeting. First of all, it is inadmissible because our timelines were very clear, 7 days to a meeting. Now, I don't know what you guys make of it, but when I come across such scenarios, I get convinced that there's a problem.
Yeah.
Question?
Yeah, maybe just ask the governor who caused the delay between the county government and the contractor. And we want also to be sure, because the query is indicating that there is a risk of cost escalation. We want to be sure if there is no variation of the contract due to loss of time. Please indicate to us if there is any variation that has been requested and who caused the delay.
Yes.
One of the challenges we have faced on this hospital plaza is being able to get money to pay, to fund it, because it's internally funded through our exchequer. And so that's where we have had a lot of problems. And when we have not paid certificates to the contractor always stopped working until he's paid. And because of the sometimes delays in exchequer disbursements, this has been a problem. But the biggest problem we have had is the budgeting, because we have had to get it from our budget, which has been a big challenge.
Governor, who's Dr. Mary Susan Anyenda?
She's the one.
Doctor, you're the one. You're the one who signed this letter of 16th of May 2024.
Yes, Chair.
Granting, having reviewed the reasons, you are hereby granted the 12-month extension as requested under the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. And you signed this letter on 16th of May 2024. And on the same limb, you are telling us that the files were so bulky you couldn't remember where the contract was filed. Are we being honest? Are we being honest? What is the problem with this contract that we should be treated to this, Governor? Or should we come fishing for the problem? Because there must be a problem. Daktari, how do you explain that it is your signature here? You are the accounting officer. You are the one who was required to respond to this. And yet you chose to produce this last night.
Chair, as I had said earlier, I wasn't able to locate the letter from the big file.
So this one you signed. You didn't even have a copy somewhere. This one that is signed in blue biro by you. Even this one you signed and then it got lost.
Allow me to request the...
Sorry, this is your signature. I think let's first deal with this because it's... and you're a doctor, medical doctor?
No.
PhD?
Yes.
Are you a member of any professional body?
Yes.
Which one?
Australia.
Which means?
It's a research institute.
Okay, but not the ISPAC, not a statutory body, not ISPAC, not LSK, not supply chain?
No.
Yeah, so how can you have signed a letter giving the green light for contract extension, which there is nothing wrong with it? There's really nothing wrong, because you have cited the relevant sections of the law. And then you hide this thing until the day before a meeting with the Senate. If there was nothing funny or shady you were doing, why keep it until the day to a meeting? I am sorry, we are generally cynical because you have seen a lot of bad things in the county. You need to convince us why the auditor was there from October, November, December, including parts of January, that it is only last night that you found this contract. Gentlemen, is it that my sugar levels are low? Or
What is the law on safekeeping of documents? What does the law requires of you in terms of keeping and availing documents to auditors? Do you have a legal obligation? Huh?
Yes.
Do you know it's an offense?
Yes.
If you decline to give documents to auditors?
Yes.
You know it's an offense?
Yes.
So in this case, didn't you commit an offense? We begin from there. Because as lawmakers, we want to ensure that the law is being followed to the letter. Didn't you break the law in this instance?
Yes.
So, Chair, at least the beauty is that we are both on the same page, that the law was not complied with in this instance. Because there was a deliberate act of refusing to give documents to the auditors.
I was a bit hesitant to squeeze Dr. into a corner so that she does not think that this is personal. That's why I keep asking, is there an institutional problem that caused you not to provide this earlier and just, last night? Earlier on, Senator Sotsi was praising the software solutions in Vihiga County. But with all those advancements, an important contract like this cannot be found until the date for meeting. So yeah, we might hold Dr. personally liable, but there seems to be a bigger institutional problem. Governor, have you asked yourself that question, or are you part of that problem?
I would say that I'm not part of that problem, but because I am the governor, I'm the one responsible in the final end. So whatever mistake or whatever oversight or whatever may have happened eventually squarely comes to me. And it's something that I have to deal with.
Okay, Senator Maruma. And I think clerks, sergeant at arms, if my sugar levels are this low, make sure the governor also has some tea and some refreshment that can push us up to 5.
Yeah, Chair, I don't know. I know this project was conceived when you were in office, because this is May 2021. And I think the people of Vihiga needed this hospital plaza. And they want to start using this hospital plaza. Now you are saying that it is not complete. It is delayed ostensibly because of late exchequer releases. But if you are to have a rolling budget of 395 million, you must have had those projections that would begin financing it from this financial year. This is the budget, and in subsequent years you also budget for it. So what has intervened so much so that you are not able to provide budgets in good time? Because if there's a late exchequer release, then when the year ends, you're supposed to do a supplementary budget, and you budget for it and pay. When you start a project in 2021 and in 2026, the residents of Vihiga are not using that project, then there's the value for money issue. What is the explanation that you're giving? And Chair, the other question was not answered adequately. Is there a variation of this project as alluded to by the auditor, that there could be an escalation of costs owing to loss of time?
Okay. Governor or your officers?
I will react to one, and then the other I will ask the officer in charge. The challenge you have had on budgeting, what we have said is true. We had worked out a way that from our budget, with budget within 3 years would have finished. But the challenge we have had is that every time we make the budget and we take it to the assembly, they always vary, particularly when it comes to heavy expenditure on one project. And therefore that's where we have had. So they have always kept on, we put the right amount, but they insist that we reduce it so that they can cover other projects, because they also reason that they must have also projects implemented in their wards so that they can also be seen that they are performing. So that's where we have had the issue. As regards variations, I think I have the engineer here in charge of infrastructure, Tunya, who is on the committee that deals with this matter, the technical committee. He can be able probably to react to what we have asked.
Thank you, Chair. This project initially was started in 2016. And then when we re-advertised it in 2020.
This is a thing that's been on the audit reports for the longest time.
Correct, Chair.
It was initially called Doctors Plaza, or it was just Hospital Plaza? Because I've seen it all the years.
It's a one, Chair.
It's a one?
Yes.
Okay.
So when we re-advertised, and then NCA came and recommended for retrofitting. Now, we had given it initially 3 years to be complete, but because of that retrofitting, because we had to retrofit all the columns and all the beams, because the initial contractor had done smaller columns and smaller beams. So there was a risk that if we continue the way it was, it could have collapsed. So that retrofitting took a long time to do. Now, and that's why we've had extensions of 12 months and another 12 months. Now, about the pricing, the extensions that the chief officer has given have no budget implication, which means the contractor has accepted to take the extension without any budgetary implication. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Osotsi, any comment on this before we give the way forward?
Chair, this is one of the projects that we discussed during revenue sharing debate, and we said that it is one of the projects that we would want to see completed. My concern is still on the contract, Chair, as you had put it. If we had the contract, then we will be able to get sufficient information about what is happening. Because this project, as the engineer said, at one point it was reported that it could collapse. And then they came in to reinforce and all those things, and then several extension of time, including the latest one, which was done in May last year. So all those are issues that the contract would address. When did the extension take? Was there any implication on interest? So all those details, I would propose that even though the file was very heavy to be carried, we could still get the file from the county so that we can verify some of the issues that we are raising here.
Chair, I think Senator Otsotsi is familiar with ICT. He should encourage his county to have brought even in soft copy. Number two, Chair, listening to the story of this, because I've been with you for some time, and I think Maruma in this committee, this has reappeared severally on audit queries. Is it possible, and I'm worried if he's saying they have been reinforced at some substructure at some point, is it in order when we are doing the North Rift West Tunnel to visit this project so that we will make it cheaper for the county? They bring that big file and we are in the hospital, we look at the file as we look at the structure. We look at the file as we look at the structure so that we understand. And Governor, the fact that we gave additional 400 above what the shareable revenue we give you in this fourth basis, you should at least give us a comfort of ring-fencing that amount to complete. And I thought, Governor, by now you should be working on your legacy projects because you are now 1 year plus before the next general election. So could it be we visit and the lady would bring us that heavy file? I don't know. But the people from Rwanda area, it's something that can make them easily carry that document, even if it is heavy.
I think you must leave Musala out of this conversation.
And I think, Chair, you know, a doctor's plus is a good project. The person who conceived it, it's a very, very good project. So that you have all the doctors coming, you know, all under one roof. And instead of people of Vihiga going to maybe Kisumu and so on, they would be coming to Vihiga. It would even enhance medical tourism because then you have an influx of people coming for treatment. So it is something that you can give a priority with the money that we appropriated, the affirmative action money. So that is complete, and that would be one of your legacy projects.
Fine. So for us to progress,
off the cuff.
Yes, Senator.
By the way, now that my good friend Maruma has mentioned the affirmative additional allocation, how did you utilize yours? Because instead of having a tussle with your MCAs, you should have appropriated that money to complete such a project. That way, you empower your senator. Next time is pushing for further affirmative allocation. He has a good case before the Senate. How did you appropriate?
Actually, Senator Sotsi had made that point earlier.
Oh.
He had asked for it, but there seemed to be no clarity. But maybe for the benefit of the senior council.
I hope he didn't go to serve tea and extend part of it to buy bulls for the housewarming of the speaker.
It is part of the 5 million.
Because the intention was, I moved the motion myself. The intention was very noble.
Yes.
So can hear from
yes,
you.
it is true that quite a lump sum amount we have allocated, the money that we received as extra, we have allocated to complete this hospital. And so that's why we have put an estimate by May it should complete. And as of now, they're just doing small fittings, even lifts. They have already fitted lifts. So it's just final finishing. And we hope by latest May we should have.
The affirmative development money was used purely for development purposes.
Not some was used for pending bills, which pay the facilities that were built, like dispensaries, ECD classrooms that were built, had been built, but they had not been paid for.
Okay. So, Chair, maybe can I get clarity? So the completion date of this project is in May?
Yes, that's when we...
So when are you inviting us when you are commissioning? This one we can come, like for the housewarming, we can come. For the plus I can come.
Are you expecting a similar expenditure?
Yes, I'm worried, and I hope there will be no food to be served just to commission. Can you confirm to us that by 30th May, the hospital should be up and running? You know the reason I'm saying this, Chair, is I'm a neighbor, and I know if they open with the poor medical services in Nandi, courtesy of his counterpart, the people of Kabwa and Ward will be able to be beneficiary, and we will not come for free. We'll come and pay. So by 30th May, are you confirming before this committee that we come after 30th, we'll get the facility up and running?
I won't be able to confirm because I'm not the contractor, but that's what we have agreed with a contractor that...
Remember, Senator Cherake, this is a project that started in 2016, as stated by the officer. And so I wanted to maybe, Senator Osotsi, so that we give the way forward. And
yeah, I think the county executive, led by the governor, really should try their level best to ensure this project is completed. Because this project, though the query indicates that it was started in May 2021, this project was conceptualized much earlier than that. And there has been this back and forth. So this will be a very good legacy project for governor if it is completed. My only concern is that, there is no clarity because they are saying that they need a further 75 million to complete fully. But what about the equipment, equipping this hospital? Because you can complete and equipping it becomes another challenge. So maybe they could say something about what is the plan on equipping this hospital. Constructing is one thing, but equipping is another thing altogether.
now, can I then, in terms of giving directions, because we don't want to just get political promises here. We want everything that goes on record to be factual. And we have been handicapped because the Auditor General received documents last night. I would have put this question to them. We have also lost visibility of between 2016 and 2021, because you're citing a contract of 2021. It would also be important for us to reflect back and find out how much has this cost right from inception. And the best person to do that is the Office of the Auditor General. I wanted to recommend, number one, the governor must take administrative action on his officers who did not comply with the requirements of the Office of the Auditor General in terms of provision of documents. And when you are coming for our implementation meeting, you must demonstrate what measures you have taken in terms of reorganizing your entity so that we don't get excuses that a file was too big for a two-page document to be extracted. If you're investing in technology, if you're investing in training, if you're investing in people, go back, crack the whip so that those kind of excuses don't find their way to the national parliament. Number two, the OAG to carry out a review of this particular project with a view to ensuring lawfulness and prudence. And that review should not be restricted to the current contract. It should start from 2016. At our next meeting on implementation review, we need to understand how much this project has cost from inception to date and the expectation for fitting what Senator Osotsi is asking for equipping it. Is it going to cost $1 billion, $2 billion by the time it is done? If the Auditor General flags anything that he feels is unlawful or is imprudent in this, then we shall involve the EACC to follow up. So for now, the OAG, please, within those 60 days of implementation, review these documents that came last night and give us an assurance that everything here is lawful and everything here is prudent, failure to which we'll ask the EACC to take up the matter. But I think there are some years back when we had asked the EACC to look into this. Is it a matter under active investigation? The hospital plaza? Has the EACC come to follow this matter up? Because it's been on for the longest, from 2016.
Yeah, EACC came over, but then after that, they never came back to with any report or anything up to date.
Right. So let's ask the Auditor General to do their proper audit and inform us. On that basis, we shall give directions on what we think should be the next course of action.
And Chair, before you just maybe conclude your direction, you know your numbers are not tying up. If you look at the contract sum, which is 395 million, but what has been spent is 223 million. Then the last statement on page 20, you're saying the department has allocated 75 million for completion of the plaza in this financial year. 75 million cannot complete that plaza, because if you have spent 223 million and the project sum is 395 million, it simply means that 75 million cannot complete that plaza unless my mathematics is not mathing well.
Okay, I want us to manage time, and please take note of the comment by Senator Mwaruma. OAG, you must also look at the numbers and confirm that they are tying up. There is an issue of county aggregation and industrial park, which seems to be a global problem across the 47 counties. I want us to consider the written responses, and we'll make our recommendations on that. Same for Bumira ECD. Now, inconsistency of carriageway on opening and maintenance of roads. In the morning when we...
Maybe before you leave KIPES.
Yes.
I think it's important for this committee to appreciate the fact that this KIPES thing, what is the level of involvement of counties and the national government? Because it looks like many of the project functions are being done by the national government. Would that be a very serious omission? Because we appropriated the money as the Senate, but you see a lot of things in this project are undertaken by the national government. So is this query also coming up in the national government reports?
Okay, so I kind of glossed over it because on the specific audit issues, we can deal with the responses. But I think every governor who has sat there, we have asked them, do you need these KIPES? Let's start from there. Do you need this project as Vihiga? 496 million. You are struggling with your hospital plaza, struggling with wage bill. Is this your priority?
Chair, maybe allow me to write on your question so that the matter of Senator Otsotsi is handled. Was there a consultation between the national government and Vihiga, and did you participate in the agreement so that the issue of national government doing functions of county can be put to matter? And then the third is whether there is value for money. Because, Chair, you remember this issue of KIPES appears in all counties. In all counties. And you remember the governor of Siaya said, he said they were never consulted. So can you put to rest so that the issue raised by your senator can be put to rest? Thank you, Chair.
Governor?
The project was formulated at the national level by the national government. So it was initially initiated by the national government through Ministry of Trade and Investment. And the counties, they selected the initial 9 counties that were to start. But later on, the government requested those counties that were keen to participate in the program to indicate their interest. And we did, as Vihiga, indicate that we were keen to have this aggregation and industrial park. For one reason, Vihiga doesn't have any industries apart from the tea factory. It's the only factory we have. And we have a lot of agricultural activities, particularly when it comes to vegetables, it comes to livestock, dairy farming, and poultry. And therefore, we felt that such an industry would be very important to us in terms of processing, doing value addition to some of the agricultural produce we produce in Vihiga, which most cases we never do any value addition. So yes, as a government, we expressed our interest, and then it's out of that we were now listed among the counties to benefit. But then we didn't benefit for the first 2 years. It's only this financial year that money has been budgeted for. But the condition was that we had also to budget our own. So we started the program and we budgeted we started with about 50 or 60 million. And from there, we got the project started. But right now it's 30% done. And therefore, once we receive the 250 from the national government, we should be able to complete the project probably at the end of this year or early next year.
Chair, let me just get the percentage properly, because the project cost is 496 million, and you have expended 52 million on the project. Are you saying you've been able to do 30% with 52 million? 30 million out of 496 million? Or there's a certificate that you are still to pay?
Certificate that is not yet paid. And Chair, allow me, I have the CEC in charge of trade and investment who is here. He can give the details, but there are certificates that are not yet paid.
Make it very brief, because we have sat for far too long. We might not be very useful.
Thank you, Chair. The project is on course, and I would want to say that it's true we've expended 52 million onto the project, and this is a co-funded project between the county government and the national government. And in our budget also, we've made allocations in this financial year, and as the governor has indicated, there is an unpaid certificate that will ensure once it's paid and certified, you'll find that the percentage will even go up. So in summary, what you're saying that we are on course, and now that we're in the second phase, and I can also confirm that the National Treasury has written to us requesting our account details, and we are hoping they'll be able to deposit the 250 million as their co-funding, which will enable us even move faster. So we are on
So
course.
for me, Chair, on the needs assessment, the governor has indicated that you needed this project because you have a lot of horticultural produce, vegetables and so on. Which type of vegetables would you be putting under the value addition chain to warrant expenditure of 250 million from the county?
Thank you. Through the chair, the project is a complex design project. There is a NAF-CDP project under the Department of Agriculture in conjunction with the Ministry of Agriculture at the national level. that went around counties to choose their priority value chains. So their priority value chains for Vihiga, and those value chains are being not only promoted but aggregated through cooperatives. And as the governor indicated, we have poultry, we have dairy, we have avocado, we have fresh produce or African leafy vegetables in part of Vihiga. So it is a project in continuum together with other factors. So as it is, probably even the kienyeji you eat in any restaurant in Kenya, especially Nairobi, probably comes from Vihiga, but it is not aggregated, there is no value addition, and that is what now this KIPES project is coming to do.
Yeah. Yep, assuming that's the last one of this or the second last
assuming
one?
you are done with your industrial park, and I visit Vihiga next year, what will be the value addition on the avocado that will be a component of this industrial park?
Thank you, Chair. This is a matter that we can't answer.
No, you should be able.
Now.
What is your vision? You're budgeting 250 million.
And I'll attempt to answer.
Yes, and you are telling us there will be a product, value addition product from the avocado. What will that product be?
In the assessment and under the value chains, as I've told you, there are many things you can do to add value to an avocado.
Boss,
you can process oil.
I want
you
to
can
reach
process
Kisumu straight to Sinipeleka around. Just tell me to end straight to Kisumu.
I would welcome you to come and engage with us with enough CDVP report and other reports. But as I've told you,
you have an answer to my question.
And I'm saying yes. That's what I'm agreeing
Can
with
you address the senator through the chair, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm saying yes, the value addition will be done. And
what will that product be?
And I've said, Chair, we can do avocado oil, we can do even other things from avocado.
So you're going to have in that industrial park, you'll finish it, there'll be a factory that will make avocado oil. Is that what you're telling us?
That is in the value chains, as I've told you. There is a report to it, and we are working continuously with cooperatives to develop the capacity and even interest investors to put it up. Once the facility is complete, those
okay, let me make it easier for you. Do you have the BQs for your industrial park?
Yes, the BQs are there.
What will be, once finalized, what will be the installations there that will give you that product you're saying of avocado oil?
It's probably, just to mention, what we are doing is building the basic infrastructure. We are building the environment where an investor now will come to put all those facilities you're saying. So we are doing a basic industrial park.
You're just doing a shell.
That is the BQ that we received.
You see, that's
and that's
right,
what we are working
Governor, I want to encourage you and your officers. Not everything can be defended. These senators represent counties. And sitting here, we listen to 46 other governors. You don't just have to tell us a story to justify an expenditure. There is a serious problem with the conception, design, implementation of KIPES. And it is one of those things we'll be asking the Auditor General to do a value for money audit. The only question is whether it can be done before it's concluded, because I don't know whether we should wait for 47 counties to commit 500 million. That is 23 billion. I don't know whether we should wait for counties to commit 23 billion for us to say it was a mistake. Governors have sat there, they have told us, it sounds good, but it was not our priority. It sounds good, but the land required is not reasonable for me, Nairobi or Kiambu. So I think you might have a very good concept, but if it's not implemented well, it's going to be a problem. But I think the verdict is out there, whether that 23 billion could have been used differently if governors were allowed at the earlier stages to be part of the needs identification. Senator Osotsi, maybe we have you as a last speaker on this, then we proceed.
You see, Chair, this is one of the projects that have been thrown to governors to own them, but they are not the real owners of those projects. So I want to agree with you that this Senate needs to make a very substantive decision on these KIPES But on another note, maybe if the governor can tell us the status of land ownership, because this project has been put in a piece of land owned by Kenya Railways. So have they regularized the ownership of the land so that this project can truly belong to the county government?
It's you need to confirm that, Governor. Otherwise, it might go the same way I saw some building owned by railways went next to Nyayo Stadium.
Just allow me the CEC to confirm because he has been dealing with that issue.
Okay. Be very direct on the land ownership question.
Thank you, Chair. We have secured a 40-year lease with the Kenya Railways, and we have made good of the payment. We are to finish the payment of the lease by the end of this year, that is by December. There are milestones within the contract that we entered with them for the lease. So we have secured it for 40 years.
So I think those are dimensions that the OAG should look at when we are doing a value for money audit on this in terms of even land ownership, because we are not strangers in this country. We know there are people who claim to have leases with Kenya Railways, but you still find police coming in at night to bring down their property. We saw that in Kisumu when we were clearing the lakefront. We saw that here in Nairobi. And so it is a risk that is alive. But I think members just wanted to get a feel. You maintained it is a good idea. You maintain that you can do certain things. What you are not clear about is whether from the onset, the design, the BQs, by the time you spend 496 million, all those things will be possible, or you will need more investments to do the avocado processing and all those other things you have said. Now, members, I want us to agree on the things where we'll take written responses and the things that we must prosecute here. In the morning when the OAG was updating us on inconsistency of carriageway on opening and maintenance of roads, the OAG reported that you were awarding contracts to build 4.5 meters of roads. And yet, what was being delivered was 3 meters to 3.5 meters. Now, we asked the OAG to give us the specific details of those projects, because if that was the case, this would be a clear case of theft. OAG, do you have those details of the roads where there is inconsistency on the width ordered versus width delivered?
Chair, you'll give me some time, maybe 2 to 3 days to get back and see whether there was a schedule of those roads that were done like this.
Well, but for you to cite it, it means that you came across it, unless it was theory.
Yes.
So you don't have the details, the specific details.
As per now.
Yeah, because we need to know which contract was it, who was the contractor, who was the accounting officer, who was responsible, because if this is confirmed, this is just a matter of investigation and prosecution. I don't think this is a matter that needs to be discussed. It is obviously an illegality if we can find the details to support it. So as you're doing that, are you also going to, on hire of road maintenance equipment, you had said that you got the work plan. They gave you the work plan.
Chair, they gave us the approved work plan with specification of activities. And
so what is it that we had asked you to do? We had asked you to refer to the KRB or RMLF audits to check whether these roads under that paragraph, there could have been some double accounting.
Yes.
So you are clear on what you need to do.
Yes.
So please do that deeper analysis, and then it will allow us to write our report and seek a resolution of the House. Irregularities of registration of PWDs and approvals of tax exemptions, you confirmed that this has now been resolved?
Yes.
Financial statements for level 4 sub-county hospitals, this will go to the County Public Investments Committee, and Senator Sotsi will competently deal with this. Weaknesses in revenue collection management system. Here there is a problem because even on prior year issues, there were some concerns that were raised on revenue collection systems. I think there was supposed to be a cost-benefit analysis of the revenue automation system, pending works by vendor on revenue automation system, unutilized POS machines. My concern, OAG, is that those three issues under your Appendix 1, issue number 18, 19, and 20, they didn't find their way into the ROR. They are not in the receipt of revenue statement, and yet they are still outstanding.
So issue number 18?
Your Appendix 1 on unresolved prior year matters.
Yes.
Cost-benefit analysis on revenue automation system, pending works by vendor on revenue automation system, unutilized point of sales machines. They are not in the ROR statement.
Yes.
Why? Does it mean they were closed?
Not yet. As we have indicated, they are in the follow-up mechanism on the status of implementation of recommendations of the oversight committees.
Because they tie to weaknesses in revenue collection management system.
Yes, in the main,
yeah.
In the executive.
So, honorable members, do we, due to the pressures of time, and we might not be able to do justice to this question, we take the written responses on this, unless there is a specific query that a member wants to raise? Because this was supposed to give us an inroad into the receipt of revenue statement. There is one challenge this year with the transition to accrual, that we are not able to see the comparative figures prior year and this year. And I think the Standards Board has explained to us that we'll start seeing the comparatives from the second year. So I think
we can take written responses, and with your indulgence, if we don't get absolute response during before report writing, after analysis, then the governor and his team can still come back in, because under process of consideration of the audit report, which Parliament does, especially Senate, is we give them a chance to present their part of the story, so that when we do a report, we consider. So we can take written responses, but they should be willing and available and ready to appear, so that the report that we will table in the House would have met the principles of natural justice of hearing both sides. I yield back, Chair.
Fine. Since the written responses, the governor, you table them after having taken the oath. We shall take them to be factual, and so we'll try to make our recommendations to the House on that basis. But where there is need to call you again, we will not hesitate to do so. There'll also be the implementation follow-up. The one thing you must advise the county OAG is how to deal with these 32 issues in the Appendix 1. What do you expect them to do? Because my expectation is that they needed to have responded to all of them, all the 32.
Yes, they have responded to them, but the verification of that status report is not yet done.
Where is it in the report that was tabled by the governor? Is it here? If you were to do a written, if you were to consider the written responses.
No, Chair, for those ones, because they are prior year matters, we did, we put the issues together and wrote to the county separately.
And
this is the response that the director is saying has already been received, and this is what is being worked on.
Or it's the one that was received on the 21st? Or which date did you say they were received?
They were received on 21st.
On 21st.
But,
so you are still analyzing them?
Yes, and updating the follow-up tracking system on them, so that by the time by the end of the month, they think there's a report the Auditor General will issue on this
follow-up.
On follow-up.
Okay. Will that be in time for us to take a resolution to the House?
Yes, Chair. We'll be able to report by the time we be going to the House.
Because you have agreed that we, instead of sending one big report with 47 entities, we will be taking to the House 10. We do 10 counties, we report. So you can tie that, the clerk and the OAG can tie that so that we are able to report to the House. I'll therefore bring this session to a close unless there is any other matter that could be outstanding. But due to time, I would propose that the governor makes his closing remarks, and then we'll donate our time to Senator Osotsi to make his closing remarks. Governor, in closing.
Thank you, Chair. Let me take this opportunity on my own behalf, on the behalf of the Vihiga government, to thank your committee for this session. It's been a long session. We were here from 9 a.m. and we are still here. The patience you have had, but I believe we have learned quite a lot, and the insight of this audit, I think, is very good for the county. There are certain issues you have raised which we take for granted, but there are issues that need to be looked into seriously. So I want to assure the committee that all the recommendations you have made, we are going to observe, implement it, and bring back the reports as directed. Otherwise, we appreciate the opportunity, and our interest is to see to it that Vihiga gets value for money, and Vihiga people develop and have a good lifestyles in terms of healthcare, education, and so on. So we appreciate your advice and your advice and how we need to deal with some of these issues. So let me end there and thank the committee and everybody.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Osotsi.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the committee for the good work they have done this afternoon, doing justice to this report on Vihiga County. And also to thank the county government led by the governor for their patience and for responding to the issues. And Chair, just last week they appeared before my committee, and now they are here appearing before you as well. I know it's a very tiring exercise, but we are trying to comply with the provisions of law and Article 229 of the Constitution. And I think overall, if the National Assembly also complies with the law, and I think maybe COG can consider going to court to compel the National Assembly to also comply with the Article 229, then we will be able to get shareable revenue computed on the basis of the latest audited report and not the audited report for the last 3 years. So it's a positive thing which must be looked at it positively. On the issues that have been raised, I think the issue of the hospital plaza has been outstanding for long, and I know Governor is committed towards resolving that program as part of his legacy. I just want to urge you and your team to put more emphasis around that so that the people of Vihiga have that plaza probably this year. And also the other issues to do with the wage bill, the matters raised by the OAG in the payroll audit, I think it will be very important for those issues to be addressed. So generally, these sessions are good. They should not be seen as sessions to try and intimidate, but they are sessions to try and make all of us better, the Senate and also the county government, for the sake of our people. So once again, I want to thank you, Governor, and your team for coming. I think I have 2 more sessions with you before 31st of March on matters of hospital and on matters of special funds. And all that is for the benefit of the people of Vihiga. Thank you very much and safe trip back home.
Thank you, Senator. Let me just conclude it by saying that, Governor, a lot of these things can be solved through administrative action. So please let that be the first option. A lot of these things can be solved if your audit committee is effective. A lot of these things can be solved if your internal audit and internal controls are working. I'm sure you have an internal auditor. I didn't hear them get introduced here. I'm sure you have a chair of an audit committee. I didn't see them here. I don't know why you are paying them a salary or allowances if they cannot be part of your delegation to a meeting like this. A lot of these things can be solved if the assembly does the right thing. And the right thing cannot be the borrowings and the irregular transactions that we are seeing between the assembly and the executive. It is not the only assembly in the country. We have 46 others, and we have not seen that kind of habit. So let it not be systemic. Let it not be a matter that then becomes business as usual, and yet it is outlawed. It has been clearly defined as an offense under the Act. I want to ask the County Assembly of Vihiga. In the past, the public accounts of Vihiga has distinguished itself. I think in the past we have seen them go through those reports, even share with us some of the reports that they've placed before the House. I want to urge them to exercise their primary oversight mandate and ensure that they can do these things at the county level so that whatever escalates to Nairobi becomes issues of broad policy. I also hope that very soon you will have an unqualified opinion. I'm seeing an improvement in your reports. I think there's a time when we are discussing adverse or disclaimer reports. So if you equip your team, take the necessary administrative action, I see no reason why you should not have an unqualified opinion in the next 1 or 2 years. So that now we can focus more on value for money, we focus more on performance, we focus more on oversight visits, and we focus more on special audits. So I wish you well. As a former member of this House, we want to wish you well so that it is proven that even these gentlemen who want to leave Parliament to go to the county, you can be an example that a former member of Parliament, Senate or National Assembly can make a good governor. We will support you, but you must also whip your horses so that we move at the same pace. Thank you, and we apologize for the long meeting, for the late start, but you can now relax because we are the first county to have its 24-25 reports considered. The meeting is adjourned. Okay, so fine. So we'll release the governor and his team. We wish them safe journey back to Vihiga.